Welcome to the dark side, my friends. Sorry, that's as close to a Sam Witwer Darth Maul impression as I can get. We're both with the dark side today, I see.
There were some reason to be embracing some Sithly vibes, after this weekend.
Yep. Hi, everyone. Welcome to this week's episode of Cinematic Realms. I'm your host, Gwen, and with me, as always, is Jared, or Darth Gwen, and with me is Darth Jared. God, how are you doing, Jared? It's been a quiet weekend?
Yeah, no, this was my first week back at work after vacation, so it was quite a hectic and busy week, and I was quite exhausted by the end of it. And then we had a little thing called Star Wars Celebration that took place, and even though it was in Japan, half a world away, and neither of us were in attendance, I feel it kind of gave us both a jolt of excitement and joy that we really needed. And we were already going to have that with what we're talking about today, but now there's just a little extra.
Well, it's one of the really great things about both of us, being in the Force Center Discord, which, by the way, if you're a Star Wars fan, I highly recommend it. If you're a Star Wars fan with an open heart, that is, because it's not quite being there in person, but I feel like we all go through, all the big excitement, of Star Wars Celebration together. I mean, there's a reason why they call it CouchCon. It really does feel like we're going through the event together, and even when it's just like interviews on, on the stage outside the main convention halls. It's real joy to sit there and watch those and chat away with everybody.
Absolutely. And obviously, it's a different experience to actually be at Star Wars Celebration, which I've never been. I understand you have, Gwen, many years ago. I'm hopeful that they've now announced the next location will be in LA in 2027, that I'll be able to attend that one. But for now, it was just a joy being able to, as you said, celebrate CouchCon with our Force Center friends and family, and we got some news that I might say we, at least one of us, was mildly hoping for, and we wouldn't.
No. I always love to reference Pippin because Gandalf's words really fit. Just a fool's hope. I put stuff out into the ether as like Hail Marys, and it just so happened that this weekend twice those Hail Marys delivered something quite unexpected. And it's weird because I've said this to you before, the same thing happened before San Diego Comic-Con, or at San Diego Comic-Con, during San Diego Comic-Con in 2019, where I was just like, for the anniversary of the Clone Wars, it'd be really great if they, announced an animated movie of the Siege of Mandalore. And I didn't actually believe that was going to happen. I was like, well, maybe we can get an announcement of a book or something like that. And then lo and behold, that very convention, they announced not only were we getting the Siege of Mandalore, but a full 7th season with 8 additional episodes to go along with the 4-part Siege of Mandalore that we are talking about today. And so that was wild. And then to have kind of the same thing happen twice this weekend was just weird. And my favorite part was where somebody in the Force Center Discord chat said, "Keep asking for things."
I was one of those people. I joked to you in our chat, both in the Discord, and then we actually had to pick up the phone and talk to each other, for real after this. That was like, if I knew that you possessed this power to physically manifest your dream Star Wars projects, I would have been encouraging you to abuse that power long before now, and I would have put in a few requests for myself.
Well, it's still as go ahead.
No, and I was just going to say, and as I also joked, if you now before the weekend is over, seems like a wonderful time for you to wish for Sabe a Star Wars story starring Keira Knightley.
Which, of course, I went ahead and did, knowing that would probably end my streak. But there's nothing that says that it has to yield an immediate result. But to have put it out there when the Force was definitely with me this weekend, I feel like it can't hurt. You know?
No, and you know, we're still figuring out the rules of this mysterious power you possess, and it only works in Star Wars animation because, as you said, you wished for this 5 years ago with the Clone Wars reveal, and perhaps it's just you know, destiny that we were going to be talking about that this weekend. But you know, we make our own destiny with the choices we make, and perhaps there was an afterglow of that particular magic with the two announcements that we did get. So yeah. we'll have to see if it if the live action realm follows. But for now, you know, Star Wars animation, you know, treated you right this week.
Yeah, it's back and stronger than ever, which it seems like so surreal given how just in the past couple of years I was sort of despairing about the state of Star Wars animation with the way that the Bad Batch had been treated on Disney Plus, which is not like, by the way, this is not to say that the Disney Plus side of things is going to treat these things any better. But Lucasfilm is clearly still very interested in pushing animation, which makes me happy. But we're going to get to those announcements. One of them perhaps sooner rather than later, as it ties directly into this conversation that we're about to have, which is about the deservedly lauded 4-part series finale of the Clone Wars, otherwise known as the Siege of Mandalore. And as I said, like, this was something that I was dreaming about pretty much ever since, like, because I didn't like fully continue with my Clone Wars watch until after it had already been canceled. So yes, I'm one of the people maybe a little bit to blame for that. Although no, I think we can blame Disney for that one. But ever since I heard Rex mention the Siege of Mandalore in the season 2 episode of Rebels, where we saw Rex and Gregor and Wolf, I was like, wait, what's that? And then we started hearing more things about this mythical Siege of Mandalore. And then Dave told us a little bit about it at various conventions, because at that time, as far as he knew, it was they weren't going to get to do it ever. And so that was why it was kind of a pipe dream of mine going into that San Diego Comic-Con, where I was like, well, maybe we can get a book or something like that. And then to actually get it. Not only to get it, but for it to like actually live up and in many ways surpass the expectations of years of buildup. It's just like, and by the way, I should mention, we also got like a little sneak peek of it in a slightly different form in the Ahsoka novel by E.K. Johnston. And so, like, yeah, this had years of buildup for it, and for it to have come out as amazingly well as it did is like, I would say it's like nothing short of a miracle, but it's also a testament to the skill of everybody involved, from Filoni to the great, animation team up and down, who have continued that legacy since, the Clone Wars. And yeah, it's just, for my money, like, and I'd call it a Star Wars movie because I feel like it is designed that way. Even if it's split up into 4 parts just for the sake of it being part of the 7th season. But like the episodes are not standalone. There's like act breaks and then it picks right up. and so it is a movie, and I think it's one of the best Star Wars movies ever made. And yeah, and I can't wait to just get into it with you today because it's freaking awesome.
Absolutely. Yeah, it is just such a joy and a privilege that I never want to forget or overlook the fact that we have this final season of Clone Wars. And culminating in the series finale that we'll be focusing on today, the Siege of Mandalore, because Clone Wars is beloved, rightly so. It did not start out that way, but it built that love over time. For me, I will just say it is my favorite Star Wars television show, live action or animated. It is incredible, has an incredibly important legacy, and part of that legacy for almost a full decade was the fact that it was essentially unfinished. And that was kind of an open wound a little bit at the heart of the fandom, because if you remember back to 2012 with the purchase of Lucasfilm by Disney, and the idea that they were going to be resetting, the canon, but the things that would be preserved were the 6 Star Wars movies that George Lucas had made, and the Clone Wars movie and the live action television show, which at the time consisted of 5 seasons. But unfortunately, we heard shortly thereafter that Disney had decided not to continue the Clone Wars animated series, because it just has to be said, this really was George Lucas's baby. Like, no one else could have gotten this show made, because he essentially spent his own money to make it, free of any creative restrictions. And they ultimately decided, no, like, we're going to have a new animated show. And I will just own up to the fact that the reason it took me some time to warm up to Rebels, which was a great Star Wars show its own right, was I kind of subconsciously blamed it for getting Clone Wars canceled, unfair as that was.
Well, and let's also say that I think it's completely fair to say that, because I think, like, Filoni and the team could have continued on to finish the show, right from where it was, with George's blessing, and probably even with his, I think he still would have snuck in to, provide some input. But it was a time where, with the Disney purchase of Lucasfilm, they were looking to turn the page away from the prequel era stuff and go back to sort of classic Star Wars. And we see that a lot with the first movie we got, The Force Awakens, which was really, like, I love The Force Awakens, but they piled on heavy with the sort of mantra of, this is back to basics. This is, the stuff you loved in the classic movies. Oh, how things change. and now, like, it wasn't that long actually until things had swung back to fully embracing the prequel era, and so maybe it just took that, waiting for that to happen, to come back to when they were like, okay, yeah, you want to finish the Clone Wars? Go ahead and do it. But yeah, there was a period there where it was like, we want to, we're not interested in that's the old. We're we're swinging to the new, while heavily referencing the really, really old. So it's like, it's a period that I have very conflicting emotions about, because I love The Force Awakens and I love Rebels, but there was undeniably this, this push away from something that was deemed to not be super popular with the masses. And I think that attitude has really changed in the years since then.
and luckily so, because again, we've spoken as members of the prequel generation. We
Yeah.
felt our voices weren't being heard at that time, and now we have made those voices heard quite loudly. And I think those voices have essentially staked their claim that we're not going anywhere and never will. And in particular, you met like at that time, there was definitely a feeling like, let's get back to the basics of the original trilogy with both The Force Awakens and the first season of Rebels. And, while I love Rebels now and I love The Force Awakens, from the beginning, I definitely was in that era basically starving for any scraps of prequel related material that they would give me. I remember, like, for instance, being very angry when they announced, say, like, a which female heroes of Star Wars book, and they didn't include Padme Amidala. Like, that was the one time I actually like tweeted directly at Lucasfilm, like, what the fuck. But
Wait, Padme? Who's Padme? I'm sure I haven't heard her name in anything.
Well. I mean, and we can actually touch on Padme and her legacy in the Clone Wars later, but she's a very important character.
Yeah.
And in particular, but one of the things that actually started to warm me up to Rebels was when, especially towards the end of season 1, the beginning of the season 2, and it became clear that Dave Filoni, who was creative director on both shows, was kind of like, if we can't do it right now, I'm going to use this new show basically as kind of a Clone Wars reclamation project to get some of that stuff in there. And I was like, yeah, let's do that. But in the meantime, we were also getting some trickles about what the end of Clone Wars would have been, because they did ultimately, even after the cancellation, release 13 more episodes, season 6, the so-called lost episode season, which actually has some of my absolute favorite episodes of the entire show, including, the Fives arc and the Yoda arc that kind of served as the de facto series
and that's
finale.
not even getting into storytelling that made its way into other formats. We have the Dark Disciple novel, which is freaking amazing, which just recently got not too long ago got re-released in a larger paperback form, which makes me really happy, because I missed the boat on getting the hardcover edition of that book, and the mass market paperback. Those books, like, they're meant to basically fall apart as soon as you start reading. The spines get bent and all that stuff. So the slightly larger paperback edition that they recently released, though, doesn't have that issue, and should, with proper care, last a good long while. So I'm happy to have a more durable edition of that book, because that's a very important part of a certain character's legacy, who we might touch on that a little bit later on, but we got a lot of other stuff to cover. And then, of course, there's the Son of Dathomir comic book. I wish it was animated episodes, but it's clear now that Filoni is interested in sort of honoring the formats that those stories were released in, based on sort of what we've heard about, the first episode of Tales of the Underworld, where that picks up from, and the fact that Dark Disciple is not Dark Disciple, but Son of Dathomir is referenced in the Siege of Mandalore, and so I kind of like that those they made it onto formats that are different from animated, but that the powers that be are treating them as like part of the established legacy of these stories. And so
and that it's actually fitting that you use that word legacy, because that is actually the first point. All of those projects that you mentioned, the Son of Dathomir comic arc, the Dark Disciple novel, and a couple of animatics, are part of what at the time became known as the Clone Wars legacy, which was basically all of the outlines that they had in various stages for planned episodes that had not been fully finished when the show was canceled. ultimately, there were 13 arcs. Ultimately, the show was supposed to go 8 seasons rather than 7. The Siege of Mandalore would have concluded season 8. They hadn't sketched out all those episodes, obviously, but they had essentially 13 arcs that they had in some form of, concept scripting. Some more done than others, but
I will say I still really wish we could get the Utapau arc fully animated, because like it's there in full animatic form. It's got the voices and everything. I'm like, it's right there. Just find some time to fully animate it. But yeah, but that's okay. We have it in some form. And I feel like, and despite what Filoni says, the fact that he's still teasing out bits of it, I feel like sooner or later we're gonna get that damn Cad Bane Boba Fett arc.
I think we will. I mean, like it is telling that, as you said, basically, even though these events some of them we haven't actually seen.
Well, yeah, and we've actually seen the payoff of the Cad Bane Boba Fett arc, even if we've never seen it in full. It is like that relationship is directly referenced in the Book of Boba Fett.
Yeah,
and so, and of course I kind of love that the linchpin of that is based on this unfinished arc that we've never completely seen. That's such a wonderfully nerdy thing.
and this is, but it's all a testament to the fact that the people who were making these stories love these stories and would have wanted to tell them, and ultimately it's a success that of those 13 arcs that I mentioned as part of the Clone Wars legacy, we actually now have seen 7 of them in some form. The Dark Disciple constituted 2 of those arcs. Son of Dathomir was 1. 3 of those arcs ultimately got adapted into, season 7. The Bad Batch, which had been released as an animatic previously, Ahsoka's Walkabout, and famously the Siege of Mandalore. The Crystal Crisis arc is available in full animatics somewhere on the internet that you can find and watch, as I have.
I think that one's is actually on the season 6 Blu-ray.
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
And then there are 6 other arcs that I'll just dash off quickly that we have not seen. One is the infamous, Boba Fett Cad Bane arc that has been directly referenced, though not shown. There was an arc with the Bad Batch on Kashyyyk, which was referenced in the Bad Batch, but that and would have involved Yoda. There was a Rex and R2D2 Top Gun style arc that would have featured the D Squad again. We don't have much from that one, unfortunately. There was an arc that would have introduced a canon version of the Yuuzhan Vong, which was, were the big EU villains at the time. And we have some concept art from that. There was an arc with Ahsoka finding a Sith temple under the Jedi Temple. And then there was a political arc where Anakin and Padme returned to Mon Cala and kind of deal with some tensions there. Again, a lot of those latter arcs I mentioned, we essentially just have it outlines and very little in terms of concept art. And there has been some canon sources that have since contradicted events in those arcs. So I don't know if we'll ever see them fully.
And plus, with season 7 of the Clone Wars, there's also some sort of timeline shenanigans that kind of would make some of those other arcs a little difficult because the Clone Wars was originally intended to go, to just extend on for a couple more years. So, there's that. But it's just fun to, to think about all that and to know that stuff all really still matters, to Filoni and to everybody else at Lucasfilm. So anyway, I do want us to go ahead and get into the Siege of Mandalore, but that's some good background to everything that kind of led up to season 7, and the Siege of Mandalore is just so great. Like I feel like I have to start off just with the beginning, where it starts off like in wonderful, like classic Star Wars fashion. with the old school Lucasfilm Limited logo, and then a slightly different Clone Wars logo in red to highlight like the darkness of what's awaiting. But it begins with the classic Star Wars theme, as opposed to the Clone Wars variation, which is great. It just establishes it as, a really, like classic Star Wars film. And, and then it does segue into, the Clone Wars version, and we get Tom Kane's wonderful voiceover, which is the only time in these 4 parts, because every other part of the Siege of Mandalore just literally picks right up from where the last one let off. And so, but I adore his voiceovers. I know some people don't like them. But like, and I love the fact that when the Bad Batch came around, that the season premiere of that show, or the series premiere, started off with that, so it felt like a continuation of the Clone Wars. But yeah, and then everything about this opening sequence is just like pure classic Star Wars. Like, speaking of John Williams, there's so many John Williams flourishes and thematic material, particularly in this first part, and I just think it's absolute magic.
This opening act is really kind of, it's a wonderful appetizer to the incredibly sumptuous meal that we're going to be getting for the rest of this arc, but because this is kind of our last opportunity to see just kind of a fully triumphant good guys win battle with the clones, and with Anakin and Obi-Wan just doing, with their classic banter and Anakin's, wild schemes that work to perfection, and ultimately it starts us off in a right happy place, including Tom Kane's narration, as you said. Shout out to Tom Kane, who has unfortunately since retired from voice acting because of a stroke he suffered. So this was one of the final things that we got to hear.
I just like, and he also gets to voice Yoda, in this movie, and I just like, I adore his Yoda so much. Like, all respect to Frank Oz, who obviously is the GOAT, and he is, he will forever always be the Yoda. But I feel like Tom Kane really cemented his legacy as like, he's not quite Frank Oz tier, because nobody is, except for Frank Oz, but we had I think a lot of us who were like keyed into Star Wars animation and into the Clone Wars specifically, like, we have so much love in our hearts for that version of Yoda, and it makes me really sad that we won't get to ever hear him voicing again. Although I feel like the animation has now sort of, in the years since, has risen to the level of respectability in the sort of Star Wars franchise that it's made it really easy for Frank Oz now to step in, and whenever Yoda is called for, so at least if we don't get Tom Kane, we get Frank Oz, which feels like a fair trade up, but I'm still gonna miss Tom Kane, voicing the character.
We should also note that's not Tom Kane's only role in the Clone Wars. He also voices Admiral Yularen, who we also get
Admiral Yularen, who I used to love a lot and not so much these days.
Oh, well, I mean, this is his pre-Andor, fully, fascist turn. So, ultimately, again, what makes this opening sequence so joyful is it really is kind of a celebration of everything that we have, seen from the Clone Wars, in terms of what the dynamics that we were familiar with, the character dynamics and the epic battles, done in a style and a budget that represented even a level up from like season 7 of the Clone Wars had, got a not higher budget and got to,
Oh
make some
yeah,
animatic changes. But even the Siege of Mandalore itself looks even better than the rest of the.
and it's such a testament to the animation department that they've even gone leaps and bounds beyond what we see in the Siege of Mandalore. Like they have been killing it, and based on what I've seen of a certain news show, it just looks like, I know the official site calls it like a new style, but really to me it just looks like a further evolution of what we've been seeing, and it's just mind-bogglingly incredible. And so, but that doesn't mean the fact that they've gone even leaps and bounds beyond this doesn't mean that when I sat down to watch this, I wasn't just like, holy shit, this is beautiful.
Yes.
It looks incredible.
Yeah, I mean, it's like this opening sequence on the bridge with where Anakin is, pulls the gambit to trick the droids into luring the tactical droid out so he can destroy it so they can turn the tables. And we get the clones with their jetpacks,
I love when the clones come out and the classic Star Wars theme is playing. It really establishes this as, as a movie, as like a Star Wars movie. And not that we didn't get occasional flourishes, of that classic material in the Clone Wars, but this just felt like a statement to start this off this way, because it was like, this is bigger. This is like, we're finishing off this series in really grand fashion.
Yeah, and it also has the brilliance of giving us another moment of showing us Anakin and Obi-Wan, as the true friends and brothers that they are and would remain up until the tragic events of Revenge of the Sith. Like that dynamic, we would mention the legacy of Tom Kane to Yoda. This is Matt Lanter and James Arnold Taylor getting to, give in many respects their swan songs as well for this time to Anakin and Obi-Wan, and their dynamic is just perfect. Like when Anakin arrives and he's like, "What are you doing down there?" and Obi-Wan is just kind of like, we
are taking cover.
We are taking cover. and he's like, well, we finished with our battle, so we decided to come help you with yours. And then he has a plan.
You're overdoing it again.
And then he's like, Master, if you want, I can hide with you, and the people in the city can suffer longer, or we can do things my way and help them now. And this is the classic, Anakin bravado, and Obi-Wan's just like, all right, we'll do things your way. And Anakin just like, yeah, stay here.
Which is great. Like, I had a lot of fun with this when we talked about season 7 over on Here Be Dragons, because I love Stev so much, because all throughout our Clone Wars discussions, more so in the early seasons, he had a lot of issues with battle tactics of the clones, and with the fact that, especially in the early seasons, they didn't take a lot of cover, and so he had a lot of issues with that. And I joked that, then you're going to have a fit when you see Anakin in the opening of the Clone Wars finale. And he did say, well, Anakin's different. He's a Jedi. Like he has certain powers. But still, it was really funny to me that this starts off with like Anakin just completely walking into the line of fire. But he is like such an amazing Jedi by this point that like it's nothing for him just to slightly move his head and and dodge the shots. And like it's just great. Like the Force is definitely with him, throughout the sequence. And it's just so fun. And then watching him like mocked surrender to the battle droid, and God bless the battle droids. Like we went on such a wonderful journey with the battle droids. Like and to be fair, like I kind of loved them back when I saw the Phantom Menace. I fully like adored the movie back when I saw it. So I was not one of those people who complained about it. But even so, like, I think what the Clone Wars did so well is establish that, like, the reason why the battle droids are so, like, dumb and jokey and funny is because that they're not programmed to be like, yes, they're battle droids, but they're clearly like not programmed to be like intelligent droids. Like
Oh no,
they're just basically supposed to, march forward and fire.
exactly.
And they have about as much as intelligence as is required to accomplish that. And so there's a kind of something that they established, throughout the Clone Wars, is there's even like something somewhat really terrifying about that, because there were moments throughout the Clone Wars where they'd be doing something really awful, but sort of just acting, silly while they were doing it. But it doesn't matter. They're still like sucking clones out into the vacuum of space. And but I love watching them, and I love, like, it's when I forget which show it is, if it's the Bad Batch or something, when one of them gets turned back on and he's like, did we win?
It was in Skeleton Crew, yeah.
Skeleton Crew, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
And so I love them, and so but but oh, poor guys, like they never seem to catch a break.
No, they don't. But I mean, they're, as you said, they're not programmed for strategy. They need the tactical droid for that. Hence, why the point of Anakin's whole plot, where he goes up to surrender, and we get the wonderful comic and the battle is like, surrender. Boy, that's a relief. And then they go and call their boss, and as soon as the tactical droid gets up, he's like, "It's a trap, you fools! Open fire!" But it's too late because Anakin has already pulled him over and cut his head off, and by then, then the battle is won effectively based on the heroics of the clones, and seeing Obi-Wan, watching this gambit work, and then Cody's basically just like, "Sir," and he's like, "Yes, Cody, you may join the fun as well, sir." Yes, sir. And they go and
Happy Easter.
Yeah, yep. Happy Easter to everybody who celebrates.
It's, which, by the way, speaking of like Obi-Wan and Cody, I want to mention like that absolutely amazing shot when when Obi-Wan shows up for the first time, when Cody is about to get hit by the what would we call that, a bomb or a rocket, and then Obi-Wan just appears out of nowhere, and it's with his lightsaber, and there's just that killer close-up of him in the heat of battle, and it's so bittersweet to see like him and Cody fighting side by side, completely trusting one another, and we know what's going to happen, on the on the other side of the story, which of course is Revenge of the Sith.
I mean, and again, it's kind of a last hurrah for everyone, because as soon as Obi-Wan gets the big hero shot, he gets the wonderful quip. It's like, "Well, I can see things are going splendidly on this front."
Yeah.
And they aren't now, but they will be. But ultimately leading into kind of the wrap up of this sequence where Obi-Wan and Anakin kind of reunite, and Obi-Wan just kind of looks at his friend like lovingly, but also exasperated, like, "Bravo, Anakin, you've done it again." Anakin is just kind of he's like, "Well, I can't take all the credit. Your helplessness really sold them on all my surrender talk." And Obi-Wan just smiles and says, "Always glad to help my friend." And
which, and let me say, like, I love this sequence so much because it just shows that, like, because we've talked about this many times. I'm not sure if we've been able to really. Actually, I'm sure we talked about it on our Revenge of the Sith discussion. It's like in the throughout the prequels, we never got to really see the two of them have that like bond where they're as close as brothers. It seems like they were kind of always at each other's throats a little bit, except for that opening sequence in Revenge of the Sith. And I feel like what this sequence and the couple of scenes that follow really do is just like set up like, the whole series has set up their dynamic of these two are like so close and they're brothers and they love each other. And this just kind of shows us where they're at going into Revenge of the Sith. And so it has like just like made that opening sequence of Revenge of the Sith such a pleasure to watch.
Yeah.
Because when that movie originally came out, all we had was Attack of the Clones, and their bond wasn't super great in that movie. They had their moments, but but now, like, watching this and having this be the image of the two of them going into that movie, like, it's so fun to watch that opening sequence in Revenge of the Sith, because it's just like, yep, that's Obi-Wan and Anakin. Taking care of business. And yeah, it's like this, it's such an achievement for this series, among the many things that the series did well, but just really expanding upon their relationship and their sense of brotherhood. It's so amazing, and like, this just made me smile so much.
Yeah. And I think the reason we wanted to devote so much time to it is because, as we said, this is kind of a last hurrah for this this version of Anakin and Obi-Wan in this project. Obviously, we have Revenge of the Sith to go on, but they're not in as much of the remaining episodes. They're more referenced, or they have Obi-Wan as one more appearance. But it is ultimately, even though the Clone Wars was in many respects, you could probably safely say Ahsoka Tano was ultimately the main character, but Anakin and Obi-Wan were such critical parts.
Well, and like, even though they're not like in it past like this first part, like, although Obi-Wan does appear again, like we get him via hologram in the second part, but like, you really feel like this is the B side to Revenge of the Sith's A side. Basically, they're two pieces that are linked together. And so you can't help but feel like, when you're watching this, that you're also watching, like, Revenge of the Sith is just around the corner. And so they're not in the scenes because they're on the other side of the story. And so you still feel their presence throughout this, even if they're not like physically in it. And I have watched, by the way, the ultimate cut of Revenge of the Sith that cuts together like all this material, and let me just say, it works so beautifully. It's like, I really like, I should make the time to watch it again, because it's like, it just feels so right. Like, cutting back and forth between these scenes, and like, tempo wise, it's there. Like, obviously I think that this works as a piece like perfectly. But it's almost as if they constructed this in a way to where you can also like cut back and forth with the scenes in Revenge of the Sith, and it still feels like it has that pace of a single piece. And I don't know if that's purposely by design. If it is, oh my God, brilliant. If it's not, then it's so great that it just works out that way. But yeah, they feel like a single piece. So even when certain characters are not there, like, they are part of the fabric of this story.
And ultimately, that is the design of this arc, both in terms of its pacing and construction, but also narratively and thematically. It really is, obviously, Revenge of the Sith came first, preceded even the Clone Wars. But now that we have the Clone Wars and we have the full story of the one unified canon, one of the big questions that had been raised retrospectively about Revenge of the Sith, and quite fairly, is, well, where's Ahsoka? What was she doing at the time of Revenge of the Sith when
she was doing a lot?
Yeah, exactly. And it's a fair question, because like, one of us, like, people, we wonder, is there anyone who could have saved Anakin from his fate? And tragically, we see that even the people he loved most and loved him, Padme and Obi-Wan, could not. But there's always been the open question: could Ahsoka have been? If Ahsoka had been there, would she have been able to help Anakin kind of come back from the brink? And that's a question Ahsoka will go on to torment herself with later. But in this scene, narratively, we had to have a good reason why Ahsoka wasn't there, and we had some of it from the end of her arc in season 5 of the Clone Wars, like, oh, she left the Jedi Order. It's like, but she was still alive, she was still around. Like, where was she? Well, now we know she was doing something incredibly important on Anakin's, wishes.
Well, and
that adds to the tragedy.
Guilty, you bring this up, and like it's so right, because it's so like firmly entrenched in in that story now. And also, like, by the way, like, and if you had asked us who like people who were around when Revenge of the Sith came out, before any of this stuff was introduced, like, oh, by the way, did you know that there's actually like another side to this movie that is like just as big and epic, that takes place on a planet of Mandalorians, involving Anakin Skywalker's apprentice, and oh yeah, resurrected Darth Maul. Like, at the time, we would have all been like, why aren't we seeing that? Well, first we would have said Anakin doesn't have an apprentice.
Much like Dave Filoni originally said to George Lucas, and then George Lucas said, yes, she does, and then Ahsoka Tano became Dave Filoni's. But
I think we would have we would have breezed past that when we heard Mandalorians and Darth Maul. Yeah. It would have been like, I'm sorry, what now? And now to have that be such a critical part of this chapter of the story is like, it's just unbelievable. Oh, by the way, as we were talking about Matt Lanter and James Arnold Taylor, I figure this is actually a good time to mention this. A couple of years ago, I think I'm trying to think of when it was in relation to, no, it was after the pandemic, because I went to this convention with Trish and her husband. It just so happened that Matt Lanter, James Arnold Taylor, and Ashley Eckstein were all at this convention, and I got this wonderful season 7 mini poster with all 3 of their signatures.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, this is I cherish this so much. Yeah, I've gotten to see James Arnold Taylor a couple times at conventions, and every time I go up to get his autograph, and I said the same thing to Matt Lanter and Ashley Eckstein, I was like, I just want you guys to know, like, for me, you guys are the characters. Like, I love the people in the movies and the live action stuff, but for me, you guys, I hold that place in my heart for you guys, and it's just, and it's rewarding for me to be able to express that, and I think that means a lot to them too, because because animation does get the short shrift a lot from people who are sort of outside of that bubble, and so, but I think what they've all done with these characters in the animated landscape is just, it's unbelievable. Yeah.
And that's one of the beauties about telling Star Wars across multiple different mediums, is does not need to be either or. It can be both and. You will never, ever, ever hear me say anything bad about Hayden Christensen or Ewan McGregor or Rosario Dawson, because they are the reasons I love the characters in the first place. But obviously, Matt Lanter and James Arnold Taylor have contributed indelibly to the legacies of Anakin Skywalker and Obi-Wan Kenobi, as well as other, like Captain Tabor to Padme Amidala. And Ashley Eckstein obviously gets the credit for having originated Ahsoka. And she will always, she in particular, will always have a special place in my heart because just of the growth that this character went on from her initial introduction.
Well, I also got to that same convention. I had gotten a really nice piece of Ahsoka artwork that had her from like different periods, from Clone Wars to Rebels to The Mandalorian. Because I think this was before the Ahsoka show had actually started, and I'm hitting myself for not getting that piece out as well. But I also had Ashley Eckstein sign that as well. But if I'm ever fortunate enough to be a con with Rosario Dawson signing, you can bet I'm also going to get her to sign that piece as well. And so that it's I can have all the Ahsokas sign in that wonderful piece of art. So and now I've just been reminded that I've also got that wonderful Game of Thrones piece of artwork from the season 8 episode, A Night of the Seven Kingdoms, that I've had Nikolai sign, but now I just need to get Gwendolyn Christie to sign it too.
Get Christopher Hivju to sign it as well. Never forget Tormund in that scene.
But pressing on.
Yeah, but as you said, pressing on. Ultimately, to kind of get into what instigates our main plot here, Anakin gets a call from someone using the signal Fulcrum, which it's cool to learn that Anakin had an role in originating that code sign, which goes on to be so important later. But in particular, he's wondering, what could possibly be happening.
Well, and they think it's Saw Gerrera.
Saw Gerrera, and it's
first, which got to make sure everything leads back to Saw in every piece of Star Wars media.
Yeah, I mean, it really is almost Star Wars almost is 6 degrees of Saw Gerrera, because he just has a tendency to stick to place himself for good, mostly for good, occasionally for very not good, in just situations where he probably shouldn't be. And ultimately,
but this is of course setting up what we see in Rebels, where Ahsoka will be using the Fulcrum code name, and so and so it leads to that great moment where Anakin's like, all right, and what was
what's so important?
Yeah, what was so important that you called us all the way back here, and then of course, who else would it be? It's Ahsoka, and this is all like coming on the heels of the last episodes of Clone Wars, where we see Ahsoka and Bo-Katan herself team up, and they're pursuing Maul, and this is what sets the story in motion. And which, by the way, can I just say, like, it was really cool after spending so much time with like live action Bo-Katan to to see her in animated form again, still voiced by the wonderful Katie Sackhoff. I really do love her character. It's really summed up in a couple scenes from this when Ahsoka says, "You're nothing like your sister," and it's just so great. But yeah, she is Bo-Katan is such a badass.
She is, and she's developed a wonderful dynamic with Ahsoka, which of course is ironic because when they met each other, Bo-Katan was killing some people, and Ahsoka was not on board with it. But people can grow and change, and Bo-Katan has. But what I really want to highlight from this introductory sequence is the performance of Matt Lanter and Anakin's reaction to seeing Ahsoka again, because it's telling that this is the first time that they have directly interacted since Ahsoka left the Order at the end of season 5. They had that wonderful little moment earlier in season 7 where Anakin kind of sensed her, and Ahsoka obviously referenced, Anakin, as her brother. But this is the first moment where he sees her, and just the way his voice is almost stumbling when he's like, how are you? Where are you? Are you okay? So good. Um, and it kind of breaks my heart a little bit that, Ahsoka is a little bit all business in this scene, but it makes total sense given the circumstances in which they find themselves.
We only have a 2-hour runtime.
Yeah.
They gotta, we gotta keep going. And yeah, Obi-Wan is all business in in these scenes, because he's like, I gotta keep Anakin's eye on the ball here.
I mean, that is Obi-Wan's role. But in particular, this is one of the reasons that Ahsoka is acting the way she is in this moment is, she's kind of gone on her own journey since leaving the Jedi Order. And one of the points of her, her Ahsoka's walkabout arc that precedes this is her kind of getting the sense that, we as the Jedi Order are perhaps not where we should be in terms of helping the citizens of the galaxy. And this is an opportunity for us to do that and to take away and to, remove from the board this incredibly dangerous wild card who has been causing misery and chaos ever since his return in Maul, as Obi-Wan and Bo-Katan unfortunately know all too well, with what Maul did to Satine. And that's another great moment when when she's referenced in this scene when Obi-Wan seems a little bit cautious and Bo-Katan's basically like, that's not what my sister believed. I thought she meant something to you. And then seeing Obi-Wan's sadness there when he said she did and still does, but he's not going to allow that to.
Yeah, she really twists the knife. She's like, he murdered the last, and the last ruler. Our queen, my sister, I thought she meant something to you. It's just like, oh God, you're not helping things.
No, and I mean, Bo-Katan again is not, she's not a politician. She is, she's saying this one because she just is like, I need something from you. We don't have much time. I'm, angry and emotionally hurt at this moment, and I don't get why you aren't seizing this opportunity that I'm offering you.
And also, I think like there's actually a story here that I'm anxious to see if we get someday, even if it's I'm repeating myself, even if it is just in a book, because when at the end of the episode The Lawless in season 5 of Clone Wars, Obi-Wan's escaping from Mandalore and is, says he's going to go to the council and ask for an invasion of Mandalore, and that doesn't happen. And part of that is because the Clone Wars was canceled. We never got to pick up with that story, but it is still sort of dangling there, and and probably there's many reasons for why that probably didn't happen. Maul was removed from the board for a while, and is probably Almec, who we're going to talk about shortly here, probably stepped in at that point, and without Maul's presence there, the council was probably like, yeah, we can't invade Mandalore.
It's a neutral system.
Yeah, and so there's probably like a lot of bitterness there from Bo-Katan that's sort of under the surface here about like, we wanted you to do this before and you guys didn't, and now Maul's back on Mandalore. It's time to, put up or shut up. And the fact that Obi-Wan is like, no, we have to wait to see what the council says. She's got no patience for that at all.
And I don't think she would have liked what the council would have to say about something like this, because ultimately it's telling that they don't really get permission from the council to do this. Circumstances arise that means they have to make a snap decision, and Anakin kind of makes it, and Obi-Wan kind of blesses it as a member of the council. But ultimately,
I would like to see when after the rescue of the Chancellor on Coruscant, and then Anakin and Obi-Wan go to Mace Windu, they're like, so yeah, we have something to tell you.
Yeah. And I mean, I think it eventually becomes water under the bridge because clearly the council is aware of Ahsoka's mission
Yeah.
later. But it is funny to imagine Mace Windu going, "You did what and sent who where?" um, uh, anyway, ultimately, it seems like Obi-Wan's going to have to go off and report to the council. Bo-Katan kind of stalks off in a huff, and this is where we get the actual reconnection of Anakin and Ahsoka, where Anakin's like, that could have gone better. But they quickly fall back into their familiar dynamic. Things have changed, but one of the reasons why it's easier for Ahsoka to, embrace that is because, obviously at the end of season 5, Anakin was the one and only member of the Jedi Order who believed her that she was innocent of the bombing that was carried out by Barriss Offee. And that, bought him obviously even more credibility with her than she already had. It wasn't enough to make her stay, but it is enough for her to recognize that even though they may no longer be formally master and apprentice, they are still, friends bound by like a great experience and brother and sister in many ways.
And there are so many moments throughout these scenes where it's like, Anakin really shows so many different sides of himself. Like one of my favorite beats is when, Ahsoka's like, "You two haven't changed." And he has that grin on his face. And he's like, "Is that a bad thing?" In his mind, it absolutely is not a bad thing.
Oh, no.
Yeah. But like, this is all, of course, building up to, they're walking through the hallway. The clones are saluting her, and she has that moment where she's like, they shouldn't salute me. I'm I'm not I'm not a Jedi anymore. And Anakin talks about, it's a sign of respect. They know what you went through day after day. For them, loyalty means everything to the clones. And then we get that reveal of the doors opening up, and a scene that we had heard about for years, which was Rex standing there with the clones, and they've all painted their helmets orange in honor of Ahsoka. And it's just like it's a beautiful scene, and just like, but it's so heartbreaking with the knowledge of what's coming, because it's like, oh God, these are the guys who are going to be hunting her. And it's like, we don't, that I don't think that completely registers in the moment, because we're so caught up in the beauty of this sequence, and what it means as a sort of culmination of the character arcs, throughout the Clone Wars. But man, does this come back with a vengeance later in the arc.
Oh, it absolutely does. And, that's one of the beautiful little twists of the knife that you can appreciate later. But this moment is played very sincerely, because it absolutely is 100% sincere at this time. The loyalty and love that the clones have for Ahsoka is real, even if it gets overridden by their inhibitor chips later. And this is not something that they had to do. It's something that they wanted to do because they respect and love her. And there's that beautiful little moment when, after Rex shows her the paint job and calls her commander, she says, "You don't have to call me commander anymore." And he just kind of smiles and says, "Sure thing, commander." And like, and that
I love Rex so much. Like, he is just so wonderful. That's why, like, every time he popped up in the Bad Batch, I was like, yes, give me more Rex.
I mean, Rex ultimately, like, we mentioned earlier that Ahsoka really kind of, in many respects, was the main character of the Clone Wars, and obviously Anakin and Obi-Wan and Padme were critical as well. But another character who really became one of the central protagonists was Rex. And that is, in fact, the reason that the arcs that were chosen as part of Season 7 were chosen. Was Dave Filoni very specifically, in addition to the Siege of Mandalore, wanted an Ahsoka arc, and then he wanted a Rex-focused arc, which ultimately became the arc that introduced the Bad Batch. But the heart of that arc, the emotional heart of that arc, in many ways, even though it's called the Bad Batch arc, is Rex's relationship with his lost brother Echo.
Yeah.
And in this scene, it's the reason that those two arcs are so important is because ultimately, after Anakin and Obi-Wan kind of take their graceful stage left into Revenge of the Sith, this really becomes, in many respects, a story about the bond between Ahsoka and Captain, now Commander Rex. And it's one of the reasons why the final episodes of this arc in particular are so emotionally gut-wrenching and beautifully devastating, because we have followed their bond for 7 seasons. And this is, well, Anakin and Obi-Wan have their own kind of culmination awaiting them in Revenge of the Sith. This is, for now, at least until they reunite in Rebels, the culmination of Ahsoka and Rex's relationship.
Yeah. And so this beautiful moment is broken up by alarms going off and Obi-Wan running back in, and Rex prepare the men for departure, and Anakin's like, so the mission to Mandalore has been approved. No, it's Coruscant's under attack. The Supreme Chancellor has been kidnapped, and if you weren't paying attention to what you were watching, this is the point where the audience is like, wait, oh, we're there now. This is happening.
This is the first of what will become many Leonardo DiCaprio pointing at the screen moments where we actually get a precise and definitive information about what is happening in this moment in Revenge of the Sith while we're watching the action on screen. And this is kind of, a little bit before Revenge of the Sith, but this is effectively like the opening crawl. The Supreme Chancellor, in a stunning move, the fiendish General Grievous has attacked Coruscant and kidnapped Supreme Chancellor.
By the way, I will say in the ultimate, cut of Revenge of the Sith, which, yes, I should address, it's a fan edit, so not strictly speaking legal. But what's great is after the scene, it dissolves to that opening shot of Revenge of the Sith with Anakin and Obi-Wan's, fighters, flying, above they like Republic Star Cruiser, and it worked so great because 2005 CGI, not that far removed from modern Clone Wars animation, and so you don't even think anything of it. And I was watching this with Lady Triple and her husband on one of my trips to see them, and I don't think maybe she's not as familiar with Revenge of the Sith as say me and Brian were, and so when the shot eventually goes into live action R2 and then Hayden Christensen, she was like, oh wow. So it actually works beautifully. So if anybody hasn't has the opportunity to watch, it's fun. Just take my word on. But getting back to this sequence, this is where Ahsoka and Obi-Wan kind of get into it a bit. And to be fair, I don't disagree with Obi-Wan in this moment, because I actually think that Ahsoka is being unfair, because they're not just running off to, as she says, play politics and save the Chancellor. Like, Coruscant is under attack. The citizens of Coruscant are in danger. So, Obi-Wan is actually right. But Ahsoka is dealing with not only the fact that she's there asking for help, but also she's coming with the baggage of everything she went through with the Jedi. And so she's not being completely objective here in that way. And so I feel like this is like the airing of many grievances in in this scene, and it takes Anakin to kind of broker a peace treaty between the two of them, and yeah, but it's good to watch. It's a character watch, because what it does is it really the sort of B-sides to this confrontation is the scene later between them with Obi-Wan in hologram form. And like that is serving the purpose of, yes, also pointing to the screen, DiCaprio style, and saying that's where we are in the story. But I think it's also sort of resolving their character, arc, their dynamic, because it's Obi-Wan admitting the council isn't always right. That's why I'm asking you, would you please talk to Anakin? So I actually think that there's some really smart things going on in the script in these episodes, just in terms of like within what's allowed by the story. I think they do some really beautiful things with the character dynamics.
And this will just be a good moment, so we don't forget to do it later, to note that while the Clone Wars had an incredible team of writers that gave life to it throughout its run, of course, all 4 of these episodes are scripted by the man himself, Dave Filoni, because this really is his special project. And 2 very beloved Clone Wars veteran directors, Nathaniel Villanueva and Saul Ruiz, helped direct them. But in this dynamic, I love Anakin trying to play peacemaker here, because he's basically just like, we just got Ahsoka back. Let's not scare her off. I'm kind of hoping she'll maybe agree to come back to the Jedi later. So
let's send, we'll split the 501st in half. This is another case of Mace Windu going, you did what? But and he says, and send them under Ahsoka's command, and Obi-Wan is still being difficult. He's not wrong. He says, unfortunately, Ahsoka is no longer a part of the Grand Army of the Republic. I love how everybody has to say the Grand Army of the Republic in full.
Very impressive.
Yeah. And so then Anakin comes up with the solution. Well, promote Rex, which, by the way, like, Rex gets promoted to commander on a technicality. That man deserved it way before this. But Obi-Wan agrees to that, and Ahsoka is going along, as an advisor, but really she's she's the one in charge. So yeah, and then Obi-Wan has that great line going off. Best to capture Maul. He says, I've killed Maul once before. He doesn't seem to want to stay dead. Best to capture him alive. And and then there's one more bit to go between Anakin and Ahsoka, which again displays both sides of him that you can feel good about in some respects and not so great about in others, where he gives Ahsoka a gift, and it's her lightsabers, but he made a little change to them and changed them to color blue. She seems to take in stride, but this is also part of his sort of controlling tendencies coming out. So
a little bit, but
it's meant well. But yeah.
It is a sweet gesture, even though there is, again, also kind of having that little smirk there when she's like, of course you did this. Just Anakin being a constant tinkerer. And I will note that this is a moment where we got one of the stupidest canon controversies ever, where some people got up in a huff. They're like, but the Ahsoka novel says that Ahsoka's lightsabers are green. And I was like, with all due respect to E.K. Johnston and her lovely book that I enjoy very much, I don't care. This is
also and this is something that I keep saying, and I'm going to keep saying it. It's like, it's okay that we get slightly different versions or slightly different accounts of stories in live action, animation, books, comic books, because you know what? It's a mythology. And it's actually makes it more vibrant if we get the same general things that happen, but the details are just a little different. it makes it fun. It's looser. It leaves room for creativity in storytelling. And you know, and I've gone back and I've read that prologue to the Ahsoka novel a couple times since the Clone Wars, and I get a little joy out of some of the details being different. It's just like, like I said, it makes it mythological, or mythical in a kind of way, and so yeah, it doesn't bother me. I think it's dumb, but
it is dumb ultimately, and the reason I was so emphatic about it at the time was I was like, this is Dave Filoni's story. He was gracious enough to let E.K. Johnson tell a version of it, but ultimately he didn't think he was going to get to do this. Now that he has, let him do what he actually wants to do. And then they have, I think, gone back and changed her lightsaber colors in the book. But again, I'm bored talking.
Oh, they did that.
They did. But
I'm glad I have a physical version of it, because no, I don't approve of that.
Well, they haven't changed any of the other details about Maul's capture, just the lightsaber.
Okay.
But regardless, it's just meant to be a cool nod. And what really interests me about this scene is ultimately the emotions between Anakin and Ahsoka, because even though it doesn't feel like at this moment, this is a monumental moment, because this is the last time that they see each other as Anakin and Ahsoka, and specifically before Anakin falls and becomes Darth Vader, because at least, well, Anakin is still alive, because, and it doesn't feel like that, but that is absolutely the point and why it's so poignant, because ultimately these characters do not know that they're going to be their last interaction. They have no idea of the tragedy that awaits, and so you want them, I desperately want them, to just pour out their hearts about how much they mean to each other. And you can tell that they're feeling that, when Ahsoka stops Anakin, she clearly wants to say something, poignant. But when she recognizes there isn't time and she's a little afraid, so she just says, Anakin, calls him by his name, notably, full name, good luck. And Anakin's wonderful
great
little
smile. Yes. I'm disappointed I don't have a picture of that smile. But it's just such a wonderful moment, and it's the last time that we'll see Anakin here, although at least in this form.
Yeah.
It's, oh God, it's so great. Like, you're right. It feels like this. Feels like it's clearly like not supposed to be the last time they see each other, but because we know it is, it has that weight to it that it's like, oh no, they're Oh wait, I don't know if you can still hear me. I'm losing my internet connection.
I can still hear. I can still hear you. Your video kind of froze up for a second, but it's back now.
Oh, okay,
good. Yeah.
Don't
drop out on me, buddy. We got a ways to go.
Actually, I know why that might have happened. I might go out for another second again, but it'll be worth it because I'm gonna fix something.
Okay. All
right,
good.
There we go. I just realized I was doing this with my VPN on, and that makes my internet connection slower. So that's not a good thing for a stream. Oh, excuse me, everyone. I'm sorry.
Bless you. But yeah, it's, again, the moment is just so poignant because we have the added weight and the fact that their dynamic has clearly, it's back to where it was, almost like that wonderful little beat where before the good luck, what leads in Ahsoka to say it is where Anakin's basically like, with any luck, this will all be over in no time, and Ahsoka gets the wonderful little callback to the original Star Wars, where she's like, Master Obi-Wan always said there's no such thing as luck, which he has clearly said a few times, including to Han later. And then Anakin just smirks and says, good thing I taught you otherwise, which is a testament to the fact that, yes, ultimately, one of the reasons that Ahsoka has become such a wonderful and successful Jedi is that she has learned so much from Anakin that makes her a little bit less perhaps rigid than some of the other Jedi of the era, and the value of thinking creatively and occasionally just trusting that things are going to work out.
Yeah.
But
oh, Ahsoka, you're gonna go through it. But okay, let's step it up, because we have devoted a really good amount of time to this first section, but there were a lot of feels. But if we continue at this pace, we're going to be here way too long. So let's so we cut to the invasion of Mandalore, and this is great. We get really Bo-Katan being like fully Bo-Katan, when she's, talking to Prime Minister Almec, I love when he's like, Lady Bo-Katan, I should have known you were behind this. And she's like, we know you're Maul's puppet, and we're coming for you. And then that's the moment when Ahsoka says, you're nothing like your sister. It's just so great. Because we loved Satine, and generally for all the reasons that, she was who she was. But it also is really nice to have sort of, at this point, Bo-Katan really is like Satine's inverse. She learns a lot over the years after this, but yeah, she is not one for taking things slow, and she does go into somewhat of a trap here, but I think we still greatly admire her tenacity.
Absolutely, and the fact that she's willing to fight on the front lines and leading her men out into battle, and this sequence, this is just one of the best action sequences the Clone Wars ever gave us. The fact that, and it gives the moment where they're entering the atmosphere and they're facing down against the Maul DeLoreans and their rockets.
Let's take a minute to appreciate the Maul DeLoreans.
Yes,
this is something that we got to see in the Son of Dathomir comic book. We had met Saxon through he was in the comic first, but in terms of showing up on screen, we saw him for the first time in Rebels out of uniform, or at least in a different uniform. But to see him here played by the great late Ray Stevenson. But before people got to see him in live action in Ahsoka, he was known for playing Gar Saxon in Star Wars Rebels and here in the Clone Wars. And then also a character who I have been like this is where we're gonna start leaking and talk about the show coming up next year, Maul Shadow Lord, because she is going to be, it looks like she will be playing a role in that show, and that is Rook Kast, who I fan theorized for years was actually the armorer in The Mandalorian. I'm no longer glued to that theory, but I've been hoping that she would play some kind of future role, and now it looks like she will. She's in this, and it looks like in the Darth Maul series, she will be continue on in capacity as a lieutenant of Maul, and she's voiced by Vanessa Marshall. And the little bit that we get of her in this, she's really cool. So I'm excited to see more of her. And but yeah, just the uniforms, the armor. It's just sort of. I want to see. I think I at the very least have a Gar Saxon close up. Yeah, there we go.
There we go.
That is some badass armor. I love it.
the Mandalorians just have one of the coolest looks of any Mandalorians, which is saying something because their armor always looks really cool.
Yeah.
But the horns and the red paint, it just works. It's a match made in hell, and I mean that in the most affectionate way possible. um, but in terms of just the power of this action sequence, we're seeing, we're seeing essentially Mandalorians fighting Mandalorians here. And then this, and we were going to get to this, the fact that Ahsoka, she doesn't need a jetpack to make it to beat Rex to the
What
surface.
are you waiting for? Get out there. Sorry, Commander, I didn't think to bring you a jetpack. Don't need one. Race you to the surface. Followed by Rex laughing as she jumps out, because of course some things never change.
Some things never change, and Ahsoka, just seeing Ahsoka's skill and athleticism as she leaps from ship to ship in midair, full flight, still fighting Mandalorians, saving clones from certain death. We just see how incredibly capable she has become, and for it to all culminate in this shot where she leaps off and the gunship crashes behind her in a wall of fire. I remember this being in the trailer, but I remember seeing it in the show and thinking, this is one of the coolest images in all of Star Wars here. And then, of course, it's capped off by the beautiful little Grace note that as soon as Rex lands, she just kind of smirks at him lovingly. It's like, you.
It's so great. Of course, that's a wonderful callback to the original Clone Wars film, which, it has taken a bit of a beating ever since it came out. I have a lot of affection for it. It's not perfect, but, but it introduced us to the Clone Wars, and it does have a lot in there that's fun. And I feel like we really are getting some vindication with the return of Rada the Hutt.
Yes, and he been working out, so we will touch on that, I'm sure. But yeah, I mean, like, the fact is that, like, as you said, even though it's not officially labeled as such, the Siege of Mandalore is kind of meant to be the closing movie for the Clone Wars, so it makes sense that it would have direct parallels to the opening movie.
Yeah, and you just and I say this like I said, I fully acknowledge the weaknesses of the original film, but like, it's good to start well. It's better to end well. And when you look to see all the strides that they made over the years, and to see where they began, and where they finished this whole thing off, it's just like, holy shit. They did good. They did really good.
They've come a long way, baby, and so has Ahsoka. Because she's always been incredibly capable, but like, this is a testament to the fact that, like, she trained with Anakin Skywalker, one of the greatest Jedi ever, for 3 years under in a cauldron of fire that was the Clone Wars, and it has made her a warrior capable of defeating someone like Darth Maul. And so we get to see that in practice here, that she really is perhaps one of the only people in the entire galaxy who could have pulled this off.
Yeah. And we get a lot of fighting between the clones and the Mandalorians, and they get pushed back, as Darth Saxon says, they're putting up more of a fight than we anticipated. And Olmec tells them to retreat underground. They'll be met, with reinforcements, and eventually, the clones follow them down there. Ahsoka and Rex are called to meet them. While all this is going on, Bo-Katan busts in and lays a beat down on Olmec. But I have to say, like, Olmec put up a pretty good fight. For an old man.
Yeah, for an old politician, he got a few blows in, and his armor looks pretty cool. But ultimately, he's no match for Bo-Katan, and that was never the point. He knew his part was to kind of lure them into Maul's trap, and now he has done it. And unfortunately, Maul's not gonna, thank him for it later. But Olmec, did what he could as Maul's regent / puppet.
So Ahsoka and Rex are lured down into the sewers. But as Olmec says, you were never. He says to Bo-Katan, "You were never the politician your sister was." You've walked in, you've walked right into Maul's plans. He wanted you to bring the Jedi, but you brought the wrong one. And of course, this is setting us up to think a certain thing about who exactly Maul wanted to be there, and it's a red herring, as we're going to find out. But yeah, so Bo-Katan, tries to communicate with Ahsoka. Ahsoka, you're walking into a trap, but it's too late, and Ahsoka finds herself cornered with the arrival of that voice that we love oh so much. Yeah, going, I was hoping for Kenobi. Why are you here? Oh God, there's the man himself.
We'll never get tired of seeing him. We'll never get tired of hearing him, which is a good thing because we'll be seeing a lot of him in next year.
And he loves to talk.
And he loves to talk, which is always such a delight, given the fact that famously Maul had only like 3 lines of dialogue in The Phantom Menace, but now he's become one of the most like verbose and characters prone to soliloquy in all of Star Wars.
But it's so great. Like it's sometimes you have those villains like where you're like, just shut up, stop telling the hero your plan. But I never tire of hearing Maul just talk, because he's always so fascinating to listen to as a character. And so yeah, I'm so excited that now we're getting Maul Shadow Lord, and we're gonna have a full series of him delivering those soliloquies. It's just gonna be great. Absolutely. But for now, there's a lot of stuff that that he gets up to in these episodes, and yeah, this is him kind of trying to figure out exactly who this Ahsoka Tano is.
Yes, and also what's wonderful about Maul's performance in this particular scene is we're starting to see that there is something different about him. He seems a little bit more on edge. He seems a little bit more fearful. And we don't fully understand why, but we get hints of it when Ahsoka, she's needling him, where she's like, obviously I'm here because Anakin and Obi-Wan have more important things to do. And you see Maul going, indeed, I wonder. And he's wondering what he's feeling in the Force, the dark side never being stronger. Is it time? Is the plan finally about to take shape, and is his last-ditch effort to stop it too late?
I love when he says, I must say your name is not a name I'm familiar with. And she's like, well, I know you. And he says, yes, I imagine we have many friends in common. I wouldn't put it like that. He goes, of course not. It's so great. I love, like, that's the thing. Like, he is the very definition of the baddie that you love to hate, or even love to love, because he's just so great. And and so I think he's trying to suss out exactly why this Jedi that he's never heard of is there instead of Kenobi and Skywalker, because that was all, as it gets established, that was his plan. And and so he's in the middle of delivering his big monologue, but Ahsoka doesn't really have time for this, and she has backup show up, and so they start dueling, but Maul's like, not yet. He's gonna wait for his moment. He needs more information before he can really get inside her head. So.
And he needs a better place to deliver his big speech. It's the sewers are not really the that grand ambiance. Why not the throne room with some big windows? We'll get there eventually. But in particular, so they go on to lose Maul in the tunnels, and they're frustrated. But really, there's also a sense as we see that there's kind of a ticking clock, because ultimately Bo-Katan has made this extraordinary step of, basically inviting the Republic to invade her home world in the hopes of ridding them of this plague that she sees as Maul. But she is fully aware that the people of Mandalore are not happy about this, and they will not stand for an occupation, which is deliciously ironic given what is about to happen to them. But in this case, she's basically like, we have Maul cornered here, but we have to find him soon because he will eventually slip away and the people will not want the clones to stay. And so it makes everything feel that much more tense.
Oh, God. And so there's that. And then it's the time, we check in with Obi-Wan. So it's time for our periodic point at the screen as DiCaprio. We catch up with Obi-Wan, find out that Anakin has killed General Grievous.
No, Count Dooku.
Count Dooku. Yeah, that's sorry. I'm getting my bad guys. I'm crossing the streams. Sorry about that.
But Obi-Wan has been dispatched to find General Grievous. So
and this is when because one thing that does happen in that conversation between Ahsoka and Maul is that he drops the name Darth Sidious.
Yes.
And Ahsoka tells us to Obi-Wan, and as we know from season 6 of the Clone Wars, the Jedi have become aware of Darth Sidious, although they don't know who he is, and so once they dispense with the hanger-ons in the room. They're like, I will tell you what I know. And so, they know that Darth Sidious orchestrated the Clone War. And so really the whole, what's been happening with the Clone Wars is that, speaking of a ticking clock, that's exactly like they know that's like something's going to come to a head, that they have been sort of outmaneuvered by this Darth Sidious, and they have to win this war before whatever his plan is takes shape. They don't know exactly what that plan is, but they know that they don't have much time. And so, it's unfortunately, they're running out of time quicker than they realize. And this is also where, Ahsoka learns that Anakin is on special assignment from the Council to spy on the Supreme Chancellor. And this is where Obi-Wan appeals to Ahsoka, asking for her to intervene. Unfortunately, she is not going to get the chance to talk to Anakin. And we're left to speculate, what would have happened if she did?
This is where it becomes clear that they don't have texting in the galaxy far, far away, because I think Ahsoka had maybe even sent Anakin a little, "Hey, buddy, you okay?" text. Maybe he would have.
Also, I'm just laughing thinking of later on if she sends him a text. So yeah, you're not like secretly an apprentice for this Darth Sidious guy, are you?
Anakin Skywalker's phone is out of range and has been turned off.
Oh God. But and this is where, as I said, Obi-Wan has this great moment where he kind of just says flat out, he's like, the council isn't always right, which feels like the understatement of the millennium. Um, but yeah, so the fact that he's asking for Ahsoka to be the one to reach out to Anakin, and even if she doesn't, she's not going to, stick up for the council's decision. But I think Obi-Wan feels that Anakin just needs someone that he knows he can trust, and someone who will be in his corner. And yeah, it's just one of those things where you're like, man, I really wish they had an opportunity to speak, but but then maybe what happens, maybe it wouldn't have happened, and then we wouldn't have our story. So
absolutely, and it's,
they do get back in touch eventually.
Oh, they do, among other things. But in particular, that just the moment that concludes the conversation is one of those like haunting and beautiful moments where, again, Ahsoka has something that she would have wanted, and she turns to Obi-Wan and she says, "Tell Anakin," and then can't finish her sentence, but Obi-Wan understands, and he just says, "I will." And whether or not he ultimately ever gets that chance, unfortunately, it seems he does not. But he would have. He wanted to.
Well, we cut into that scene with Obi-Wan and Anakin on the platform. I always think that that Obi-Wan communicated that in the first part of the scene before we cut into it. So
I like that. I like that very
much. But yeah. So, and couple things start to happen here, which is I'm trying to think of, I don't think I have my pictures in the right sequence here, but so the sequences that follow might be a little jumbled, but but they do go to question Almec to find out exactly, they want to find out where Maul is before he escapes, and he's like, he has no intention of escaping because he sees no point in it. And before he gets to really divulge more, okay, and you know what? I actually know a little bit of the scene that I skipped over, but we'll go back to it. Maul has sent Saxon to make sure that Almec doesn't talk, because he doesn't have the greatest resolve in prison. He's not really a true believer. So
yeah.
So yeah, he's ready to spill his guts, but this is where Saxon takes the shot. And Bo-Katan, runs off to pursue him, and Ahsoka, though does get some information from Almec before he dies, which is that Maul had a vision, and the person he was trying to lure here was, recalling back to, a certain moment with Jedi Master Yoda, Skywalker. But yeah, and then we get this really cool action sequence where Bo-Katan is pursuing Saxon and fighting with him, and like this is just where we get like some really, I like that we have time just not just for the great character dynamics, but we get some really cool action beats.
Yeah,
and just seeing like Mandalorians fighting each other, especially when one of them is decked out in this really cool horned armor. I'm like, yes, I am living for this.
Absolutely, it's a great fight sequence. Although I will always note, it amuses me to absolutely no end when you watch the Clone Wars arcs on Mandalore, just how unsecure the supposedly top secret prison is. Because I think we witnessed like 6 breakouts and break-ins to this prison over the course of the series, including several in like one episode. And it's just like you might need to tighten security, guys.
Well, in fairness, these are the guys who, until very, very recently, had full access to the prisons.
I know, but like in particular, it's like, the Duchess Satine breaks out, and Obi-Wan breaks out, and Maul breaks out, and Saxon breaks in, and it's like I think eventually it's like the prison might need to say, maybe it's me, maybe I need to add a few other layers of security. I jest. It's obviously it serves the story, and it's a great action sequence. But yes, Saxon gets away ultimately because he outmaneuvers Bo-Katan and almost crushes her with an elevator. But one of the reasons that he had this information in the first place, as we learn, is that he had captured the clone Jesse.
Yes.
And he basically uses the famous Kylo Ren, force mind trick to essentially rip the information from his mind against his will.
Yeah, this is him getting information about Ahsoka.
Yeah.
And so he has some ammunition to use against her to get inside her head, because of course the more he knows about her, the more effectively he can manipulate her. Yeah, and this is where he instructs Saxon to make sure that Olmec doesn't talk. And look, we also see Rook Cast there.
Yeah.
And this is another case of I believe I can fix her.
Yes, but what would you want to? Because then she'd be good, and we like when she's bad.
Yeah. But yeah, so. Oh God. And like, this is so like heartbreaking, just because like Jesse really is like one of our favorite clones. And it's just like seeing how like strong-willed he is here, and how he says, I'm not telling you anything. And of course he's not going to have a choice once, Maul gets to work on extracting the information from his mind. But like just seeing him be so loyal, and then seeing what happens at the end of at the end of the story, it's really heartbreaking.
Yeah, this kind of also serves in many ways as our soft reintroduction to Jesse, because he will become sadly very important at the conclusion of this arc. But in this moment, like, it's really just, Maul is at this moment, he's recognizing that the moment has arrived. He is now aware in many respects that Sidious's plans are coming to fruition, as he says, all part of the plan, the plan, the only plan that matters. And basically he's like, I did my part, and for it I was cast aside. But now the moment is here, and I can thrive in the chaos that is to come. Which is a chilling line, also something we're looking forward to seeing soon. But then
this reminds me, like, I'm going to take the opportunity to like say a couple things. I'll unleash more fully when we get to the mid-roll, whenever that ends up being. Like this is sort of these scenes with Maul underground and dealing with, when he's talking here, when he's, talks to the Syndicate, in a couple scenes from now, it's like, these are part of the reasons why I thought that the Maul series might be what we were getting post Clone Wars, because it seemed like they really set a lot of things up for that. And certain characters were designed in animation. So you're like, are they going to use those characters? But now I see like that all that stuff wasn't for nothing. I think they were very much thinking about a Maul series when they were, when Dave was writing these episodes. He probably did have that in the back of his head, but he's playing the long game. And and he decided we're going to do the Bad Batch first. And then after that, maybe we'll get to the Maul series. So it just shows that when it comes to animation, like, these things are like, even if they're not fully officially planned out years in advance, they're at least cooking in Dave's head years in advance. So, so yeah, lines like "I can thrive in the chaos," like we're gonna see that, and I'm just so excited.
I am too. You know, Dave Filoni is very much the man with the plan or a plan. Not quite the only plan that matters, like Sidious, but in particular, he, as we know, once he has an idea for the story, he's going to hold on to that idea until he gets to tell it. See Barriss Offee in the Tales of the Empire. But I love the fact that they were probably seeding the ground for this here. But even in the moment, it's chilling because we know that Maul, like if Maul was defined by many things, his desire for revenge, his desire for power, his hatred of Obi-Wan Kenobi, one of his core tenets is his fear of the man who was once his master, Darth Sidious. And hearing him speak with such reverence, but also like kind of hushed awe about the scope of his master's plan, it really, even though, Sidious only appears very briefly in this arc, it really kind of helps put him over as just how all-encompassing this has been. And Maul did indeed play his part, and the fact that he has now, been cast aside means that he is looking essentially for a way to disrupt the plan, not out of the goodness of his heart, but because he knows just how evil and terrible.
Well, he says to Saxon and Rakast, you freed me from my imprisonment by Sidious. At the time, I thought Dooku was an old fool, but now I see he and I were the same. And so he's putting things into motion. And as you said, he has that great line where he's like, "I can thrive in the chaos that is to come." And this is also where we get a little moment of him talking with the syndicate leaders, and we get our first glimpse in animation of a certain Solo, a Star Wars character.
I have a feeling we'll be seeing old Dryden Voss again in a year or so.
I knew this wasn't for nothing. It's like I knew they had to they had that like in reserve for something. Like they didn't have to throw him in there. It's like, oh yeah, they're building that character model for further use. And so this is when he's talking to the Mandalorians. He says, "You are not meant to hide underground. If you die, it will be on the field of battle. And I promise you that if you die, it will be it will be as warriors." And of course, the Mandalorians, being who they are, they're eating that up, not realizing that he's going to sell them out as quickly as he needs to try and make his escape. But evidently Rook is in it for the long haul, regardless, as she pops up in that trailer for the new show. So
yeah, I'm glad it appears. She is the realest of the real ones, for at least when it comes to Maul. So
yeah.
I'm going to be glad to have their dynamic in the upcoming show.
And this is where we get where Bo-Katan is really getting nervous. She's like, she sees her people really starting to resist and be like, we don't take orders from clones. And she's like, this can't last much longer. The people will not stand for it. I will not stand for it. And then Rex is like, you asked for our help. And and they're like, we need to find Maul. And then the Republic,
the devil man, and he shall appear.
Yeah. And oh my god, just him like sitting up on the throne. Everybody went crazy about how like Bo-Katan was reclined on her throne in The Mandalorian, and I gotta admit, like, she was looking pretty comfortable, but like Maul's pose on this throne, like, you know, he was bringing that energy first, I think.
Oh
And
yeah, no, yeah,
he looks at home on that throne.
yeah. Maul does not sit; he sprawls. So he is very comfortable with these trappings of power and just the casual nature of this. Like, because obviously, Bo-Katan immediately wants to charge forward and attack him, and then he quickly makes it clear that as capable a warrior as she is no match for him. He dispenses with her rather quickly. And then
Is that any way to greet your rightful ruler?
yeah.
And I love the way then he lets Jesse go. He's like, there you are, run back to your brothers.
Yes, he's milking this moment for all his worth, drama king that he is. Especially the moment later when they hear the massive explosion. He's like, one of you might want to go deal with that.
Don't stay on my account. We'll be fine.
So we arrive all alone with Ahsoka and Maul, just as he always planned.
Yeah. Oh god. And this is like there's a lot of great tragedy to come in the rest of the story, but for me, like, this is the juicy part of this film. It just, they're back and forth, and then all the beautiful animation and cinematography and choreography, just like, it's so beautiful. And again, talking about Filoni's writing, it's so beautifully written. It's almost makes me want to just read the script for this entire sequence. I won't do that, but yeah, it's so good, as and something that I think was just recently talked about on Force Center was I think Maul is just really lonely. He's really trying to, like, he may not have known who Ahsoka was, but now he's interested, and he sees the perfect opportunity to train a new apprentice in Ahsoka, and to enlist her in his mission to gain more power and to defeat his former master. And I think, like, I think he really likes the dynamic they have between the two of them. I think he finds their back and forths kind of stimulate. And I think he would have been quite happy if she said, yeah, sure, let's do it. Always on the lookout for a partner in crime.
And it looks like he'll be getting a new one in the Maul Shadow Lord, which we'll touch on soon. But
yeah,
in particular, he starts off, with the kind of the soft sell. He's basically like, he tries to pull the whole "you and I are actually much more similar than we are different" tactic, because when she's basically like, we're nothing alike, he's like, were you not passed out of your order like I was? And she says,
I chose to leave. And he says, yes, but you were motivated by the hypocrisy of the Jedi Council. But by the way, like, I don't know if we've actually, like, we mentioned his name, but we haven't, like, heaped enough praise on him. Let's just say Sam Witwer is freaking amazing. Like, yes, I know, Ray Park performed him, in The Phantom Menace. We'll talk about him. Peter Serafinowicz obviously originated the voice, but Sam Witwer really has made Maul his, at least, like, vocally and in the animation realm. It's just like every, like, all his dialogue just is, like, so wonderfully, like, melodic and and intriguing, and just the way he delivers everything is so great. And then he can have the rage too, lest we forget in Star Wars Rebels his great Kenobi. Yeah, just absolutely amazing.
Yeah, this scene is perhaps the moment where in this entire arc where that feels most like, the level of like epic Shakespearean, poetry and tragedy or like classical myth, just because of the heightened scenario and the stakes and the eloquence of Maul, and the sinister undercurrents that await it. When he is talking about Sidious, and Ahsoka is trying to focus on bringing him to justice, and he's kind of like, he says, justice is merely the construct of the current power base, a base which, according to my calculations, is about to change, and sounds very fearful. And she's asked about Sidious, and he says, like, he's behind everything, in the shadows always, but soon, very soon, he will reveal himself. And when Ahsoka's like, well, then help us stop him. The Jedi can stop him. And then this is where Maul kind of starts to break a little bit.
Yeah, yeah. With your help, we can stop Sidious before it's too late. Too late for what? The Republic to fall? It already has. You just can't see it. There is no law, no order, except the one that will replace it. The time of the Jedi has passed. It's like so. God, it's so. I mean, and this is a big part of the reason why I wanted this story so badly, is because we knew that Maul was like the the villain behind this story, and I was like, yes, I loved all of his stuff in Rebels. It's a really, it was great to see him. It's an important part of his story, but you felt like that's him at a later point in his life, and everything in the Clone Wars had been building up to this sort of like big Shakespearean confrontation with Maul as he is in this show. And it always felt like we were denied that payoff. And so to see this, like this, honestly, this sequence is like what I wanted so badly from this arc. It just, to see Maul just really going for it, and Sam Witwer just getting to really just going really deep with the character. It's and then of course we're going to be getting more of that now, but at the time, like, this was everything that I wanted for the character. And so yeah, I just want to say again, like, how rewarding it is just to have not only these episodes, but like this stuff right here in particular.
Absolutely. And it's a classic element of like, I kind of knew the story of the Siege of Mandalore even before we got this episode. I had a hint about that certain things were probably going to happen, just because of what we knew from the structure of Revenge of the Sith and the storytelling we had gotten before that follows. But ultimately, this is a classic example of the best stories. It's not what they're about, it's how that's about it, and how you can still surprise people. Because this still shocked me, the fact that it's not like, yes, Maul has had this grand plan, but why is he doing this? Well, as he says, every choice you have ever made has led you to this moment. And then, of course, if you want to put up the big explosion,
I don't have it. I'm really sorry. I wish I did, but this is the shot that precedes it, and the windows blow out, and there's just all the like the camera like moves like behind. I was about to say behind the actors, because it feels so real,
yes.
It just like, it's so breathtaking. And just the fact that it takes a moment like that to really immerse you in the cinematography and sort of just letting you feel the grandeur of the moment as Ahsoka kind of sort of mulls this over, and and is really thinking about it, and it's just so epic and so cinematic. I mean, it's just, yeah, it's just gorgeous. I could never have imagined that we would have gotten something like this in sort of the animation realm. You know, back, I mean, just thinking back to the early days of Clone Wars, you know, like to get this, it's just, it was so beyond my wildest dreams. And it's just so beautiful.
It is one of, in a show that is filled with gorgeous animation, this is one of the most beautiful shots, both this pre-image and then the explosion where Maul has his hand extended to Ahsoka, because again, it's the emotions of the moment that are making it feel this grand, heightened, you know, epic opera, and then we get the visuals to match, which is why it is one of the most powerful moments in the entire saga. And all the more so because it seems like Maul's pitch is working. You know, he actually gets Ahsoka to say, I hear what you're saying. I will agree. I will help you. If you can answer one question, the question in many ways, what do you want with Anakin Skywalker? And this is where the shock came in, because it's like, this was, you know, because even though they were both, you know, Maul and Anakin have been connected both before and in the past, it's telling that, you know, Anakin and Maul haven't really had that many direct interactions. You know, Maul has very much always been, you know, Kenobi's adversary more. So the fact that it's like, no, Maul is doing this not so that he can get his long-awaited revenge on Kenobi. It's so that he can try to lure Anakin here and kill him, because
just that exchange is sort of, what do you want? And even before that, when it says, I will help you, but first you must ask me one question, or answer me one question. And then Maul, like, so desperate to have this connection with her. That's why I'm saying, like, he just desperately wants somebody by his side. The way he says, you have but to ask. And then she says, what do you want with Anakin Skywalker? He says he is the key to everything, to bring balance to the Force, to destroy. He has long been groomed for his role as my master's new apprentice. You lie. I'm afraid not. In fact, I was so certain of his fate that I orchestrated this war to lure him here, to kill him, thus depriving my master of his prized pupil. And then she says, I know, Anakin. Your vision is flawed. I see the pupil needs one more lesson.
I see the Padawan needs
one more lesson.
No, I mean, and it's so telling, because it was so close. Again, it seemed like his pitch was working, but unfortunately, the one thing that Maul is asked of her is the one thing that she cannot give at this moment, because for her to, you know, believe this of Anakin, that he would be capable of something like this one person who has basically been her master, her friend, her older brother, who was the one person to stand by her when the Jedi Council turned its back on her, who has always protected her and looked out for her and made sure that she became the capable and strong Jedi that she is, to believe in this moment that he could be capable of the greatest evil and that she would have to turn on him. It's the one thing she cannot do at this moment, no matter the stakes, especially coming from a person like Maul. And so even though we are like understanding just what a monumental tragedy is about to unfold, we also completely understand from Ahsoka's point of view, where she would just be like, no, you lie.
The irony, the real irony here is, and this is like, and it completely fits with Maul, that he would still keep certain information to himself, because he's not going to give up any cards until he absolutely has to. But if he had chosen his words differently and said Palpatine instead of Darth Sidious, I think his pitch would have worked, because she, of course, knows how close Anakin has been to Palpatine And if she had been given the information of exactly who Sidious was, um, I think that would have given her pause. But as I said, I think Maul's, the way he operates is he's never going to give up information that he doesn't think that he needs to until he needs to. And there's no way he could have known that, like, the intricacies of exactly, he knows that, that Sidious has groomed Anakin, but he doesn't know the particulars of, sort of what's going to, you know, exactly what's going to convince Ahsoka versus, like, it's just like, I don't think he realizes, and he's not going to share the information of who Sidious is until he needs to, until, like, he has Ahsoka ensnared by his side, because then he can trust to give certain information to her. So, but yeah, it's like this. There's a lot of instances in this story of, like, there are people who learn a lot of information, and if they just had just slightly different information, like slightly modified, then certain things could have been avoided. And unfortunately, it's just one of those things where it's just bad luck all around in certain respects. And yeah, it's so I do think it's kind of delicious that I think it's Maul's own lack of like asking trust of other people, but not willing to fully extend that to the people he would enlist, that, like, sort of screws him over in terms of his objective. So
and so these two, who might have been allies, must now fight, and
what a glorious fight it is.
And led into, which, one thing we have not mentioned yet is the score by the Kiners.
Oh my god, how have we not mentioned the Kiners? Well, no, we did in the, well, not by name, but, like, we mentioned music early on, but, like, yeah.
But this is the reason I bring this up is because this is one of my favorite music cues in all of Star Wars animation, and frankly all of Star Wars. Just the drums that are starting when Maul pulls out his famous double-bladed lightsaber and ignites it and faces Ahsoka, and then does the move to attack her. And it feels like the epic culmination that we have been promised. And of course, one of the reasons it feels so much is because, even though this is animated, they are basing this on live action performance from Ray Park. And I think Lauren, is it Lauren May? What's her last name? I want to give her credit.
But yeah, they did this with motion capture, and it's why it looks so wonderful.
Lauren Mary Kim does performance for Ahsoka.
Because I mean, you could tell just watching this that there was something different about the way they moved and the way the fight looked. It's just like, when Maul is, like, doing his little sort of jumping up and slamming the saber down on her, it's like, holy shit. Like, it is one of the most epic fights in all of Star Wars. And we're talking whether that's animation or live action. It is just one of the very best.
And I absolutely love and adore the fact that, even though, as you said, Sam Witwer has really come to define the character for his voice and his mannerisms, Ray Park did originate the character of Maul in The Phantom Menace, and the fact that they invited him back to do this as part of this, and that he accepted and got to infuse that element of his physicality into this moment for Maul, is so great.
Yeah, and because, like, Sam Witwer has certainly, like, come to embody the voice of Maul, but Ray Park is always going to be the physicality of Maul. just he established the way Maul moved, and yeah, and so just to see him getting to perform that fight and translate it into the animation, it was just such a treat. And I jumped up excitedly when we got to see that behind the scenes video, and to see that they had done that, it just it's amazing. It is like the best. It's the best fight across like the entire series. Really, anything we've gotten to see in animation as far as lightsaber battles go, it is the top, and it's one of my, like I said, it's one of my favorite lightsaber battles. Period.
And again, as I had mentioned earlier, it is a testament to just how much Ahsoka has grown and how capable and skilled she is, that she is capable of handling a moment like this against Maul, because we know how dangerous Maul is. We can kind of lose sight of it sometimes because, obviously he struggles with Obi-Wan Kenobi, at times. But Obi-Wan Kenobi is one of the best Jedi ever. And we know Maul has killed many Jedi, including the great Jedi Master Qui-Gon Jinn. And so he is fully capable of handling this so-called, apprentice. But this is not just any apprentice. This is Ahsoka Tano. And even though it's an incredibly brutal and exhausting fight, she is holding her own.
The fact that I love the fact that she ultimately is able to defeat him without even a saber.
Yeah.
Which is just so great. But yeah, and also I want to say the motion capture of it all is actually really helps with yes, it's the development of Ahsoka throughout the series, but also honestly just getting to see a fight that is sort of, yes, they still did some tinkering, in sort of the animation realm of how the fight looks, but because it feels so real, because you can feel the weight of, of stunt performers actually doing the fight, it adds the sense of believability to the fight so that you're in it with her. So it almost feels like more satisfying seeing how Ahsoka overcomes him because the fight feels so real.
And then ultimately the fact that it goes from one epic location to another, from the ruins of the throne room to the big vaulted ceiling underneath the dome of the city of Sundari, and just this is the kind of thing that animation is able to do perhaps a little bit more easily than live action, like a set like this, because they don't have to worry about stunt performers falling from high places here. But it makes it such an epic culmination of the fact that they basically reach the peak of the city, and Maul manages to disarm Ahsoka, and it seems like now she's done for, and he's like, I give you one last chance, surrender or die. But that's not a choice Ahsoka is going to accept.
Says never.
Yeah.
Also, I want to say there's one really great part when she still has both of her sabers, where she jumps up and bears down on him, and it's just that is one of those moments where you're like, yes, queen. It's just so great. But yeah, then he disarms her, and there's this great moment. She's not giving an inch, and then he goes to attack her, and she's able to take the saber right out of his hands and sends him over the edge, and holds him up by the Force. But by that point, when he realizes that he's about to be taken, he's like, he knows what's coming. So rather than face that, he's like, no, let me go, let me die. And then just having him taken away by the clones and sort of maniacally going, you don't understand, we're all going to die. It's like, I don't think there's anything more frightening than Maul just sort of losing his shit and being like, please just kill me.
It's a chilling ending because
well, again, and also, can I say, from a first time watching perspective, we're getting to the point in the story right now where we don't know when Order 66 is going to happen. Yeah. And so I remember watching this, and as the clones are coming up to aid Ahsoka, I'm like, oh shit, is this when they're going to turn? Is it going to happen now? And so there was so much tension at this point in the story just because of that. Yeah. And yeah, it's, oh God, it's so good.
Yep. And I feel that feels like a good place to pause and do the mid-roll, because frankly, I think when it comes back, we're gonna be crying a little bit at what happens. So let's leave it on this ominous note for now.
Yeah. So it only took us 2 hours and 20 minutes to get to the midway point.
We'll pick it up.
Yeah, I just want to say to the people joining us tonight, thank you. We're having a really fun time. Just to let you all know, we're going to be off next week. I'm going to be out of town, but we still have some really great plans coming ahead after that. We'll only be off for a week this time, so it won't be that much of a break. When we come back on May the 4th, otherwise, of course, known as May the 4th be with you, we'll be talking about the first 6 episodes of Andor Season 2, which I can't believe that that's coming up this week. I've been so excited about all the other Star Wars stuff that's been getting announced and all that that I've sort of completely forgotten. Oh yeah, we're about to go into the second season of Andor. So yeah, and then on May 11th, we're going to be celebrating the 20th anniversary of Kingdom of Heaven, talking about the director's cut of that film. And then May 18th, we'll be picking up with the back half of Andor Season 2. And then on May 25th, another famous Star Wars day, we're going to be going right into talking about Rogue One, a Star Wars story. And then we have a bunch of other stuff, but I think that's I think we'll save that for as we get further along. But yeah, so a lot of fun stuff coming up.
No, we have a schedule planned all the way through July, but the point of this mid-roll is just to kind of give you a taste about the next few weeks. So we've done that. We've covered the month of May, and yeah, I'm looking forward to everything that's coming up, including Andor Season 2. As you said, it's nice to have distractions when you have something you're looking forward to as much, which for me was vacation and then Star Wars Celebration with all the announcements. But I think we're in for a great ride with Andor Season 2.
Yeah, I've gotten so distracted by other things that I forgot that I'm not even close to finishing Mask of Fear, which I had hoped to do before Season 2 of Andor. But maybe I can step up the pace. Maybe I can still finish that before the second batch of episodes. But yeah, so let's just jump back in. Well, no, I was going to say I do want to just for a second just sort of just we can maybe save the second thing for after we finish, but like we have been addressing it throughout. Like one of the big announcements we got this past weekend was the announcement of Maul Shadow Lord, and we've been talking about it throughout the stream, but like you and I had to like get on the phone and just squeal excitedly about it for like 30 minutes the night that it was announced, and this was at like 4:00 in the morning.
Yeah, your time, 1:00 for me. But yeah. I believe that the words that came out of my mouth were, "You mad bastard, you did it."
Because this was, of course, one of the things that I just threw out there as like, well, this isn't going to happen anyway, but I'm still hoping for a Maul Kira show, which we don't know quite if Kira will end up factoring into the show at all, but it's close enough to what I asked for.
Yeah.
And yeah, I have several theories about what it could be. Like, it's clearly starting off a year after the Clone Wars, which is the starting point. Now, we don't know if the whole show is going to cover this early period of Maul building his syndicate back up, or if it's, there could be some time jumps throughout the series, maybe covering like different periods, and maybe we will get the stuff with Kira, or maybe the show will end in a place where it tease us up for a live action, Maul and Kira thing. Lots of possibilities for this, but right now I don't care. We're not getting the show until next year, so it could be anything. But I'm just like so over the moon excited, and I knew that we were going to be talking about the Clone Wars finale this weekend, and I was like, oh my god, that's so perfect, because we're going to, so much of the possibilities of this next show are going to get to like factor into everything that we're talking about, and we've already mentioned a couple of those things, but like just the way that Maul ends at the end of this story, which we'll talk about in a little bit, it always felt to me like he was flying off into his own show. And we didn't get that immediately, but we're getting it now. So it's just like, it's so exciting.
It's so exciting, and it's like, it's even better than what I would hope for, because we have been talking a lot, theorizing, I believe, that the next animated show might be something centered around the path, which maybe Asajj Ventress and characters like Reva and Quinlan Voss would appear. And to be honest, like, I would still love to see that, but I kind of feel like this just felt like the perfect, like, of course this is what they're going to do, and it's honestly better than what I could have hoped for, because Maul has become such a beloved character, particularly in the realm of animation. He's so rich and complex and fascinating, and he does, even though it feels like we've got a lot of story with him, and we have, this is still an era that we have a lot of room to tell something completely new.
He's actually not in that many episodes of either Clone Wars or Rebels.
Yeah.
So to actually get a full series devoted to him is just, it's so great.
It's note perfect, and it'll be an interesting step for Star Wars, because we kind of touched on this when we talked about the Acolyte. Like, it's rare for Star Wars to effectively have a dark side character as its protagonist in one of these stories, but Maul is the kind of character where I have no fears about that whatsoever, just because I know even though it may be a darker show in its tone, Maul was definitely psychologically complex enough to sustain that. And I have a feeling that one of the big hooks, in addition to seeing him build up his criminal network once again into the organization that will become Crimson Dawn by the time of Solo's Star Wars story, is you had mentioned a couple times about Maul being kind of lonely and wanting a friend or an apprentice. And it does seem like one of the big central relationships of the show is going to be that he will be taking on a Padawan. If you've watched the trailer, which is available, not entirely legally, but it's available.
Entirely legally. I'd say not legally at all.
Yeah. But we both watched it, and we're not going to pretend we haven't. And Maul is basically, he interacts in the trailer with a young Twi'lek girl, teenage it seems like, and it seems like he is offering to train her. And this is notable because people have rightly pointed out, and I do think that they're right, that the character bears some resemblance to the famous Legends character of Darth Talon, who is a Twi'lek Sith Lord, female Sith Lord, who was created for the expanded universe. Maybe she was originally based like 170 years in the Legacy era after the events of Maul's death, so they wouldn't have necessarily interacted. But the reason it's relevant is because there's an anecdotal story that I love and believe is true, which is George Lucas was was talking with some people who were developing, I think, a video game, and he saw a statue of Darth Maul and a statue of Darth Talon, and he just walked over and he picked them up and he put them together, and he said,
I will say that I think that based on what I've seen in the trailer, her skin color is actually different from Darth Talon. I think it's all the red in the trailer with the sabers and stuff that makes her look, more Darth Talon-esque. So I think there's every possibility that she's her own unique character, but maybe just heavily inspired.
Yeah, but the reason I mentioned that is because I don't know if she will actually be Darth Talon, if that will be her name, but it is clearly inspired by that, because famously, the reason I bring up that story about George Lucas and the fact that people were like, they're friends, is that when George Lucas was writing his sequel trilogy treatments, one of the details that has leaked out and been more or less confirmed is that Darth Maul was going to be in them, and the character of Darth Talon, who was going to be his apprentice. And it seems like, even though obviously we've gone a different direction and we have our sequel trilogy now and Maul is not a part of it, Lucasfilm is in the habit of never wasting a good idea. And it does seem like Dave Filoni, George Lucas Padawan that he is, might be trying to bring that element back in a different context. And the moment I saw that, I was like, I think that's right. I think that, ultimately this is them, even though I don't think Dave Filoni is going to be the creative director on the show. He obviously oversees all of this for Lucasfilm. And I have a strong feeling that, again, whether or not this is actually Darth Talon, this is clearly meant to be a homage to that.
Yeah.
And I think it may actually end up being her. We'll see.
But yeah, it's just this is like going to be so great. And I think I read a clickbait headline that said, "Oh, why are they going for the same animation style?" And I'm like,
"Oh, boo hiss!"
I'm like, screw you! Like they've been really cooking with this animation style. It's like they've come so far with it, and like. I am very fond of this sort of quote unquote house style for Lucasfilm animation. And, and this looks to just be a further evolution of what they were doing even on the Bad Batch, and maybe with a slightly harder edge. But like, I'm just like, no, it's besides now that they're doing like an expansion of Star Wars Visions, that's going to allow for many different kinds of styles for potential full series. Like we're going to get a full, anime series of the Ninth Jedi, which we'll talk about at the end of the stream. Because that was the other big surprise announcement. But it's, as far as I'm concerned, I love this art style for these shows. And I love especially that it seems to like this is the style for this sort of era of the Clone Wars, post Clone Wars era. And likewise, I love that I'm perfectly fine with them sticking in this era, because these are the stories that I'm really interested in them exploring in animation. I think that, I've gone on record as saying, I think that, the prequel era and directly after the prequel era, I think it's honestly the most interesting era of Star Wars. Like, Star Wars is fun regardless, but there's just so much going on. It's so interesting, so political, so like, and it has so much to say sadly about our present times. And yeah, so for me, like, I love that they're continuing to tell stories in this era, and in particular in this animation style. It just, for me, it's like it's a testament to the further legacy of the Clone Wars, and and the fact that the Clone Wars might have ended, but these shows are like carrying forward the legacy of the show, and that just couldn't make me happier.
I'm so thrilled that we're getting this show set in this era with this animation style, because they've been essentially perfecting it for the past, several years, and it's like, why not use it and continue to evolve it? Especially because, as you said, with things like Star Wars Visions, we will have the opportunity to explore other animation styles, and yes, like Rebels had a different animation style, and Resistance had a different animation style, but I'm on record that the Clone Wars Bad Batch and now Maul Shadow Lord animation style is by far my favorite.
And to be honest, like, and I get all the stuff about Rebels animation style being inspired by, like Ralph McQuarrie and all that, and some people prefer it, but for me, like, as impressive as the animation they did on that show was, it did always feel like they were scaling back from Clone Wars, and so it's always like I wouldn't want them to go back to something like that personally. I jumped for joy when we saw Hera in the Bad Batch in that style of animation. I was like, oh my god, that's so cool. So yeah, I love it, and and like we said, if you want a Star Wars animated series and like traditional hand-drawn animation, we're getting the Ninth Jedi coming up next year, and that's gonna be like some beautiful hand-drawn anime, and I can't wait for it. So I think there's going to be a lot of variety moving forward, but I do think that these shows set in this era, I'm on board with them having this consistent style that is continuing to evolve and be perfected beyond our wildest dreams.
So long and short of it, clearly we're both very excited for it. This was a case of like, you were definitely hoping for something like this. I hadn't voiced, that same hope, but I would have it in my heart. And now that we have it, it feels like, I know we joke about the whole thing about like the, hating the philosophy of nobody asked for this, but like, occasionally it is nice to get something that you asked for, and this is nice.
I definitely asked for this. Okay, so let's go ahead and we're going to talk more about it, but let's go ahead and dive back into the main body of our discussion and pick up after Maul's capture.
Yeah, with the episode now called Shattered, which apt, because that is what this episode does to our hearts.
And oh god, this episode had no right to do what it did, Jared. Before we start getting too emotional, let's start off with we got the aftermath of of the battle on Mandalore, and the Ahsoka and Bo-Katan are trading notes, and and we're getting some real introspective moments from Bo-Katan about I don't know how to be a leader for my people, and this is really kind of setting up what her character arc is going to be, throughout all the stories that follow, some of which we had already seen by this point with Star Wars Rebels, but it's very much going to continue through what we see in The Mandalorian as well.
Her line, I wish I was good at something other than war, has always struck me as very poignant, because even though the Mandalorians are a warlike people, we've seen that they can be so much more than that. And the fact that Bo-Katan feels that like this is the only thing that she's fit for, even though she now has this other destiny to lead her people, is very poignant, especially because it goes on to reflect what Ahsoka ultimately struggles with in the Ahsoka series, in that wonderful Shadow Warrior episode. The idea that like I was trained as a Jedi, but really am all I am that I was a soldier. Is that all I'll have to teach my own Padawan one day? She voices those concerns to Rex later. So again, this is where we see that Bo-Katan and Ahsoka kind of have a good bond, one that will endure, for many years beyond this.
Yeah. yeah. So, and you know, a couple things to notice. We're seeing certain people led away in this scene. We see Saxon being taken away as a prisoner. Also, I can't completely tell, but I think Rookcast might also be one of the prisoners, but it's hard to tell. You know, everybody has their helmets on.
We mentioned earlier that Mandalorian prison is notorious for people breaking in and out. So I kind of think if Rookcast is going to break it out, I'm just going to be like, yeah, that makes sense.
Well, we know for certain that Saxon, if he doesn't break out, then the Empire lets him out. Yes. Because he is of use to the Empire later on, as we see in Rebels. Ahsoka is told to report to the council, who are all meeting in that hologram scene that we saw in Revenge of the Sith.
And this is perhaps the most Leo DiCaprio pointing of all the moments, because this isn't just a moment where we clock where we are in Revenge of the Sith. This is an actual scene from Revenge of the Sith that they have now interwoven with this new story.
And I know I keep mentioning it, but again, like that ultimate cut of Revenge of the Sith is such a trip, seeing it intercut with this scene where we get the live action scene, and then like the tail end of it intercuts the live action and animation, leading into this moment where Ahsoka walks into the meeting, and you're like, that is so cool.
And also Anakin was literally there 5 seconds ago.
Yeah, and Ahsoka is even told he was in the meeting when I left, and then she comes in and he's not there anymore. Oh God! And I'm gonna say a couple things about this. One, this is the only moment in this film that we get Yoda. We get some Yoda presence, you know, and then also, like, Mace is kind of at his worst in this scene.
Yes, you have expressed your feelings about the "I'm sorry, citizen." These matters are for the council to discuss on a fair few occasions.
I mean, I'm just gonna say it. What a dick! Like, everybody else is kind of like, okay, not everybody else. Obi-Wan was being moody earlier on in the first scene too, but he got over that. But like, you know, Yoda's like all about like extending as much of an olive branch as he possibly can. Like, even when she says she's not, like, he fully, like, the implication is, we would like you to come back, Ahsoka, and she says, not yet. And he's like fully, like, still very kind to her. He's like, more to say, have you? Mace, though, no, he's just totally, his these are matters for the council, Citizen Tano. You know, that's like, it's one of my least favorite moments from a character that I have major issues with to begin with. So not a fan of Mace in this scene. He's he's an asshole. What can I say?
I have more affection for Mace than you do. Both in.
I will say, and this is not a slight against Samuel L. Jackson. I just think that we did get more sides of Mace throughout the Clone Wars. So what I will say is that in general, actually, I really enjoyed getting to see an expansion of his character, and he's got a lot of great episodes, like the stuff on Ryloth, you know, and then there's stuff with, you know, him and Anakin when when Boba gets into the mix and he's sort of reflecting on his killing of Jango. Like, he has a lot of good stuff, but I will say, the closer the character gets to Revenge of the Sith, the less I like him, because I think that he's sort of, he just becomes very resolute in sort of his attitudes of how to how to sort of speak to other people and how to sort of get things done. And he, like, the stuff he says in the Dark Disciple novel, like, it's like, nope, you're not going down the right path, man. And so, yeah, it's just, unfortunately, by the time we get to Revenge of the Sith, I'm just like, I'm not really on board with him. He needs to be like more open to bringing people into his circle. And if he was, I think things might have ended differently for him in Revenge of the Sith.
Yeah, and that's just part of the way that the character was ultimately structured. But
Yeah.
again, I do think Mace has some good qualities. They're just not on display in this scene. And shout out to T.C. Carson, the voice actor for Mace in this.
He's great. Yeah, it's like whatever I have to say about Mace, it is no reflection on the people who portray him, because both in live action and animation, the performances are just great.
So yeah, so I mean, it is cool to see this scene intersect directly with Revenge of the Sith, and to get that moment where Yoda asks Ahsoka if she has a message for Skywalker, and she has the "No, thank you, Master. I'll tell him myself when I see him." And you're like,
no.
Like, this is one of those cases where I'm like, Anakin, check your voicemail. You have 7 missed calls from Ahsoka Tano. But obviously, what it's leading into is we are very close to the moment now, and we can feel it.
Oh, can we talk about the music
Yeah.
in the whole sequence after this, which is directly connected to the music during the Anakin Padme moment in Revenge of the Sith, where they're staring from across the gulf between Padme's apartment and the council chambers. That beautifully haunting music.
Padme's Ruminations.
Padme's Ruminations, and it's not quite the same piece here, but it's very evocative of that. And so you're feeling it, like it's directly connecting to those moments. So you're like, we're getting closer. Shit's about to go down. And all this while, Maul's being pushed forward in this thing with a mask on. He's like Hannibal Lecter. And you're like, no. This is a very dangerous situation with what's about to happen. This is bad. This is very bad. And I love, there he is. He's in that crate behind Bo-Katan and Ursa Wren, who we have not mentioned, who has, not a huge part in this, but she's there. She's part of the fight, and she's referenced, and but yeah, and Bo-Katan is like, it's a relic from a bygone age where we Mandalorians had reason to imprison you Force users. And Ahsoka's like, I thought your sister outlawed them, and Bo-Katan says she did. This is the last one. And
they were saving it for a rainy day.
Yeah. And just with that music in the back, it's just like, so the tension is thick. And like, I especially love just that music continues as the board, after, Ahsoka and Bo-Katan say goodbye to one another, and, and Ahsoka and the clones get on the ship, and they're like talking to one another, and you're getting like Maul's POV, breathing in there, just like, he's like, get me the fuck out of here. Something's about to happen. And
indeed.
It's, oh my God, it's so like, so tense. And
the only thing that breaks the tension in this moment is the fact that we get this wonderful little moment between Ahsoka and Rex on the bridge of the ship, where Ahsoka, even though she is denied to Maul that she's having any doubts about Anakin, she's clearly like still struggling with it, and she's also, as I said, struggling with her larger role in this conflict because it now does feel like the war is about to end. And when she has that line, as Jedi, we were trained to be keepers of the peace, not soldiers, but all I've been since I was a Padawan is a soldier. And she's speaking to someone who was literally born and created to be a soldier.
And as a little side note, I want to say, like, something that was in my mind as I was rewatching this whole film was we're used to seeing Ahsoka as she appears in the Clone Wars, fighting, being a badass and stuff. But now, having seen the live action version of young Ahsoka, and specifically at the Siege of Mandalore, I had that in my head as I was watching all this, and I'm like, it's easy to forget, but she is so young, and to be going through all this, it's like, it's terrible. That she was put through this, but yeah, she's amazing. Hats off to by the way, to Ariana Greenblatt in the Ahsoka series for just somehow nailing the perfect combination of like animated Ahsoka as well as like being a young Rosario Dawson. It worked so beautiful.
No, it was great, and I love having that retrospective, visualization of young Ahsoka having this moment with Rex on the bridge, because they're both actually quite young. Famously, the clones were double-aged, so Rex himself is only supposed to be like 10 or 11 or 12 years old, and he's seen some shit in his life, but the perspective he offers, where he says, like, we clones have a mixed feeling about the war. Many people wish it never happened, but without it, we clones wouldn't exist. And Ahsoka's response of, well, then perhaps some good has come from all of it. The Republic couldn't have asked for better soldiers, nor I a better friend. And then her salute. And it's so warm and so beautiful. And you're just like, that is the perfect note, because they're about to drive a stake through our hearts.
Well, yeah, because I mentioned earlier how in the scene where, early on, when, all the clones, salute Ahsoka and they painted their masks orange, like at that point, you're sort of carried away on the sort of sentiment of the moment, and you're not really thinking about what's coming up. But the tension has so been built, by this point, that what's coming. And so this moment, as sweet as it is, and as emotional as it is, like the whole time you're just like, shit.
Yep.
Yeah, and then when Rex is called away and he says, we have the latest update, and you're like, no, it's Order 66. It's Order 66. And it's oh god, it's like, everything's about to go to hell.
Everything is about to change and to go to hell simultaneously. And if we had any shadow of a doubt, the movie the show straight up confirms it for us when it starts layering in scenes from the fateful confrontation in Revenge of the Sith, where we hear Anakin, we hear Mace, and we hear Palpatine, and specifically,
you must choose.
And it is specifically, they are layering in, Hayden Christensen's voice and the live action actors. Although I do believe Matt Lanter helps with the last line of the "What have I done?" And seeing Ahsoka just reeling from this and calling out Anakin afterwards, she doesn't know exactly what's happened because she doesn't learn the full details till later, but she knows something terrible has happened. And then
the most haunting part of this is because this directly precedes, then we hear Rex on the receiving end of Palpatine saying, execute Order 66. So like what she's hearing, the fact that it's almost like it's taken a little bit of time to reverberate through the Force.
Mm-hmm.
And so by the time she's hearing all that, and it's too late, and and Rex has been switched on, and she rushes in. She's like, Rex, something's happened with Anakin, and he turns and pulls his guns on her, and all he's able to mutter out from beneath all this programming is fives, find fives, find him, and then he loses control, and all the clones start attacking Ahsoka, and we get music directly from Revenge of the Sith, from oh god, what's the track called?
Is it Anakin's Dark Deeds or Anakin's Betrayal or one of those two?
Yeah, it's one of those. I think it might be Anakin's Betrayal. So like directly referencing where all the clones start to turn against the Jedi, and when I first watched the episode, I didn't even notice. I was so caught up in the emotion of it. And so yeah, and then of course, like, and it's even more emotional watching this now, because of course we've seen the Tales of the Jedi episode where like Anakin went the extra mile in training Ahsoka, that like not only did he want her standing up to be able to stand up against battle droids, but like no, he wanted her so good that she could defend herself against the amount of skill that the clones themselves had. And so like, without even realizing, she's been trained exactly for this. And and she wouldn't have been able to survive if not for that. And it's just like, and it's so sad, just seeing them all turn against her, and then seeing Rex, like as soon as she like goes up through the vent and escapes, and he's just like completely, he's gone at that point. He's like, Ahsoka Tano has been targeted for termination by Order 66, and it's
I was going to say it's all the more heartbreaking, because one of the things we had gotten before was we'd had the Rebels episode, where when we catch up with Rex, and Kanan had accused him of the clones of betraying the Jedi, and Rex had the line, "I never betrayed my Jedi," and like I had my inhibitor chip removed. And as we got closer and closer to this moment and realized that we've never seen Rex take out his inhibitor chip, have we? We realized, oh no, he was fudging the truth a little bit there, was he not, in that scene in Rebels?
And there's a very cynical way to look at that, where getting into arguments about like, oh well, they they changed that from quote unquote canon. It's like, no, it's like they made a conscious choice to do this.
Exactly.
So why is the contradiction there? And it's because it's something that Rex maybe has to tell himself, and maybe he doesn't want to share what actually happened with somebody he just met. And maybe it's too painful for him, as it would be. So yeah, it's but what it does is it really sets you up for heartbreak watching this.
But it's a moment that is actually a tremendous testament to the strength of Rex's character, because frankly, he is the only clone we've seen, maybe outside of later, like the Bad Batch and a couple others, that is able to resist Order 66 even for a few critical seconds. And it's a testament not just to his own strength of character, but specifically, I think, the bond that he has with Ahsoka, that he's able to resist this overwhelming programming just long enough to give her the information.
Yeah, like, and let's be clear, like when it comes to the Bad Batch, like they're sort of the effectiveness of the chips in them had sort of been screwed with because of their because of the way they were designed and altered, and that's not the case with Rex. Rex is he's a reg, and the chip is in his head exactly as it's supposed to be, and so it's incredibly astonishing that he held on for those couple of seconds. It's just it's one of my favorite moments, just watching both the animation of the character in that moment and also just the performance. It is just, oh god, it's just so great.
Yeah, it's great, and it's heartbreaking, and it's great because it's heartbreaking, because ultimately, when we see in particular Rex, after they've all been firing at Ahsoka like with full-on blasters trying to kill her, and she manages to hold them off just long enough to escape. And then we see one of the first things we see Rex do after that moment has happened is he puts his helmet on. He removes the humanity that we have, come to see so much in his character, and he has become effectively in this moment, an agent of evil, a Palpatine's, pawn. Even though that's clearly not what he wants. We get the sense later that he's basically like watching through a horrified window in his mind as his body is performing these actions almost against his will. But he's still incredibly capable in this moment because he knows Ahsoka. He has all the knowledge of her. And so as he's moving through the ship, hunting her, basically like predicting what she would do, destroying the escape pods, cutting off any chance she might have to escape, if escape was indeed her plan, we get the sense that if she wasn't as capable and resourceful as she is in getting us the assistance of the droids, and if Rex hadn't given her that critical information that she needed to find out about Fives, then eventually Rex and the clones would have hunted Ahsoka down and killed her. And that would have been, one of the greatest tragedies in this entire saga. But again, Rex was a hero just for those few seconds. She got Ahsoka the information she needed. She trusted herself and her droid friends. And seeing that report, watch that report on Fives, Rex give that report on Fives, it was a great moment of justice for Fives, because that moment in the Clone Wars is one of the most brutal and heartbreaking. The fact that Fives learns almost everything and tries so desperately to stop it and then dies before he can reveal the full truth. And you realize that like Rep Fives, like if he had managed to get that information out, could have saved perhaps all the Jedi and the galaxy. And that didn't happen. But what he did was not meaningless, because what he did ultimately saved his friend Rex and Ahsoka Tano, and that means everything.
Yeah. I also want to. I'm trying to think of what her name is. Oh God, who's the Kaminoan scientist who's in that recording?
Nala Se.
Nala Se. It's funny because while we were watching this, we were like, "Boo, hiss," because all we knew of Nala Se was what we had seen in the Clone Wars, and after what she did, to Fives, it's like. We hate her, and then she got a little bit of a redemption arc in the Bad Batch. So like, I actually felt some fondness this time around seeing her. So like she did right by
Omega.
By Omega in the Batch. So yeah. But I'm still gonna hold Fives against her.
I mean, it's like obviously what she did to Fives was terrible, and it's not a case of like her good acts washing out the bad. It's the case that she ultimately, as so many characters in Star Wars do, chose to make a better choice in the end.
Yeah. So, and something you mentioned is Ahsoka, and actually, first before we get to the droids. She goes to assist somebody else on her way to, because she doesn't know what's going on, and she thinks that somebody might have some answers, and also he can lend some unintentional assistance as well. And that is just as he's about to be executed by the clones, she rescues Maul, and she says, "Don't make me regret this."
I think she regrets it a little bit, but she
Yeah.
did what she had to do in this moment. Because as she notes, Maul at this point, she doesn't understand what happened, but Maul does. The moment he hears that the clones have turned on the Jedi, and he knows that this is Sidious is doing, and the way he's just tackling brilliant. He almost can't help himself, because even though he fears and hates Sidious at this point, he does recognize that the man was a master planner, and he is almost in awe of how well it has worked and how strong the dark side has become. But of course,
he turned the Jedi's own soldiers against them. It's. But what I really love about the scene so much is like he's like, "Come, we must hurry," and she's like, "You don't understand. I'm not here to team up with you. I need a distraction, and you're it. Now go cause some chaos. It's what you're good at." And then they go out, and he's like, "Care to give me a fighting chance?" And she's like, "I'm not rooting for you."
I mean, it's kind of like it's a darkly funny moment. But
it's great. The way he sneers, it's like this is when you get the sense like there is an alternate version of this where the two of them did go off together, and it's like this really funny buddy comedy where like but not so buddy comedy, where like they're both like polar opposites, and and like they need each other, but they both loathe each other, and but it doesn't work out that way. But yeah, she's gonna regret this.
Yeah, she will, because it turns out Maul does not need a lightsaber to cause unholy hell on this ship. He does it pretty fine on his
as Rex will say, "Did you hear Maul got out?" And your Maul escaped, and she says, "He didn't escape. I let him out." You what? Yeah. Oh God. But yeah, so Maul goes off to have like dark side hallway scenes that we love so much.
Every Darksider's got to have a hallway scene, and this is Maul's, and it is, even though this, it's like it's an incredibly dark moment. Like, this is a moment where it's like the brutality that's on display definitely gets to have its edges sanded off a tiny, tiny bit, but we still know what's happening. The fact that he's like using these metal doors, and then he shoves them at the clones and decapitates them, and uses the door to cut the clone's arm off,
and I will say, like, again, this is a moment, like, I keep referencing the illegal cut. But, like, this is part of what I was talking about. Like, the pace of this, like, cut against what's, like, happening at this point in the story in Revenge of the Sith. Like, it just makes, like, that version, like, so intense, where you're like, oh, shit, all this stuff is going terribly wrong. But yeah, it's like, and just within the context of this story on its own, like this is such a like that's why like I keep referring to this as a film, because it really is a film, because all this stuff going on, it has like the adrenaline and the pacing of of the climax of a feature film, and yeah, just watching these moments of Maul just charging, like walking down these hallways. Like, I know everybody went crazy for the Vader hallway scene, and I did too, but like this was something else, because like it's just there's few things I love more than watching Maul cause chaos, and that's exactly what he was doing.
Yeah, Maul is in many respects. He's like, look, I've had a very bad, fucked up day, and you're all in my way, and so you're just, like, I'm just gonna mow you down. I care not what happens to anyone else on this ship but me.
Yeah.
So he's an effective distraction. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. And so while he's doing all that, Ahsoka is gonna go try and find the information on fives as Rex was able to communicate to her. She wants a little help, so she goes to her droid friends. One of them is R7, who goes back to the early days of the Clone Wars.
Yeah.
And it's just really great. This is adding a bit of levity to what is a really dark moment, but not for too long, because these droids, their fates are not great.
Oh yeah. No, we will be.
I think they save R7.
Maybe. Yeah. Well, I'll have to look,
because I think at the very end you can see him sort of sitting there on the planet. I might be mistaken. I don't know. I'll have to go back and check.
I'm looking at Wikipedia, and it says that R7 was destroyed by blaster fire when Tano and Rex were fighting, but then they subsequently rescued his remains from the crashed ship and rebuilt him.
Okay.
I don't know if the other two are as lucky.
I don't think they were. No. They get gunned down by the clones, and I don't recall seeing them after the fact. So oh god, they're real soldiers.
Yeah. Shout out to Gigi and Cheap. Those are the other two.
So Ahsoka is like talking to them. She's like, I don't know why the clones are doing this. But I need your help. And then she goes to the computer and it fishes through and finds the Rex's message about fives using Anakin's passcode. So even though Anakin's doing some very bad things right now, but he's still actually helping Ahsoka unbeknownst to him. So
I have a feeling Anakin's one of those Jedi who uses the same password for everything.
It's and again, like you said, it's really so vindicating, this moment and I will say, even though we did just talk about the Maul hallway scene, what's great about this moment is you're listening to Rex say, not sure if I believe it myself. And the music is like building up in the background. So there's a possibility that the chips have some other function that we don't yet understand. And the music rises up, and then it cuts to the hallway scene. And like, this is what I'm talking about the pacing of all of this. Yeah. It's just like, it's such an adrenaline rush. And you're like, oh my God. And God. So great. And and so this is, and then Ahsoka puts her plan into action to to distract Rex, and with her hologram, and then trying to get through to him, but then popping up behind him long enough for R7 to electrocute Rex, render him unconscious, so they can then take him to the medical bay and extract the chip from his head.
Yeah, it never fails to amuse me how easy brain surgery ultimately apparently is in the Star Wars galaxy, because this seems like a pretty sensitive operation, and that machine performs it in like 2 seconds. But again, that's not what's important. What's important is the moment of connection between.
Well, their technology is way beyond ours.
Of course, but they don't have texting in the galaxy far, far away. So you're surprised at what they have.
Well, any truly evolved society will know that smartphones are not good. But apparently not evolved enough to stay away from fascism.
Yeah. Indeed.
Yeah.
But in particular, this moment is just so beautiful. when she's scanning for the chip and can't find it. And again, this is a moment where, as our friend Joseph Scrimshaw would say, the flowing and organic rules over the rigid and mechanical, because the machine ultimately can't do it. But what allows her to find the chip is her connection with Rex and her connection to the Force, and the beautiful refrain echoing Chirrut Imwe from Rogue One of "I am one with the Force, and the Force is with me," and Rex echoing those words as well. And that's when the chip appears. Like, I got chills when that happened.
Yeah, I have a slight, this is where my, I do get grumpy about, like, sort of how it informs what happens later on, because they don't have to do this in the Bad Batch. Somehow the chips end up showing up on a scan.
I have a feeling that tech worked some magic of some kind.
But also, like, my rationalization for that is that since they use, like, Rex to, like, compare against the other brain scans, like, it's some technical thing where, because he's had his removed, they can more easily pinpoint where it is in their brain. So, like, there's enough wiggle room there where I'm like, that's okay. I'm not gonna. I can accept that.
Of course.
But I really like the way it's done here, where it is like their connection, and I love the bringing in of I'm one with the Force is with me. This was really exciting, where they started to be able to, like, tie in these different concepts from across, like, the new movies and the shows and stuff. There was something we didn't mention earlier. I actually really love when although some people might not have liked it as much, but I'm open-minded. I liked when Maul said about Sidious, in the shadows always from the beginning, and
Yes.
that references a Rise of Skywalker. So
yeah, I mean, he is the Phantom Menace, so he was it fits for him. But I loved hearing that line too. And in particular in this scene, the moment where we again see just how close to death Ahsoka comes, because even after her great success of getting the chip out of Rex, the other clones are at the door, and as they get the door open and they're shooting at her, and she's getting hit and she's losing one of the lightsabers. And again, this is a moment, if she hadn't done what she did with Rex, she would have died. But Rex saves her.
Yep, just in time. And she's like, are you okay, Rex? And he's like, yeah, I'm okay. He's like, sorry. Which feels like so, like, funny. It's so like, it's both overstated and understated.
I mean, that's really all you can say. I'm sure if they have more time, he would have been a more effusive apology. But for now, it's basically like, yeah, it's fucked up. Glad that's over.
Yeah, he's like, sorry, I almost killed you. Yeah, they've got to move on. She's like, Rex, how widespread is this? And he's like, it's all of us. It's all of the Grand Army of the Republic. We've been ordered to hunt down all the Jedi Knights, and and then the music builds up, and this is the close of part 3, and it's just, and it ends on that close up of Ahsoka, with this big epic music, and and we're going into it, and I will say, I have to be completely honest. When this was originally airing, I hadn't fully, like, grasped onto the idea that all 4 of these parts together were like a whole film. And so going into the last part, I was like, but they've got so much to cover. They've, like, Ahsoka and Rex have to escape. They have to show us the wider view of, like, what's going on in the galaxy. They have to bring all this to a close with, like, you know, what's going on elsewhere with like, and check back in with like the after events of what happened, you know, with Obi-Wan and Anakin and the death of Padme. And it's like, nope, actually, none of that is this story. This is focused on Rex and Ahsoka and the fallout of what they're going through in the aftermath of Order 66. And we would get, what we didn't know is we were going to get some of that larger, like galaxy-wide context in the Bad Batch. And of course, all the stuff with Obi-Wan, Anakin, and Padme, that's all left to Revenge of the Sith, as it should be. And so I will admit, at first when I saw the runtime for the final episode, I was like, what? How can that be? But what I remember doing was I made that decision then when the episode went up. I was like, I'm going to watch all 3 prior parts of this before I go into that, so I can take it in as one whole piece. And it was the best thing I could have done. And I was like, oh, that's what this is. This is basically split in 4 parts. It's a Star Wars film. And yeah, it just, and so going right back, part 4, just like all the other ones, picks right up, and you know, and we're in the midst of all this chaos where they're being pursued by the clones. Maul is still, you know, he's wreaking havoc on the ship, and yeah, and he decides to take down the hyperdrive. Which, you know, may not be good.
No. I mean, he is certainly living up to his moniker and causing chaos here. And it's
okay, Cassie. We're happy to see you here. This has been a really fun stream. So if you want to go back and, you know, and replay it after we finish, you know, check out some highlights because it's just been so much fun to talk about all this.
Yeah. And absolutely one of my favorite things about the finale that I've come to realize in retrospect is, you know, because I did have to watch it twice before I really kind of got, as you said, like what the show was really doing. And it's because, you know, this has been such an incredibly epic, galactic spanning show and an incredibly, you know, epic and arc. And in some respects, even though it features, you know, a Venator class Star Destroyer be crashing down to the planet with incredible visuals, the finale was a little bit smaller scale than I expected. But I think ultimately I think that was the point, because ultimately in this scene, these characters will go on, they will have other stories. In this moment, this episode is called Victory and Death. And in this moment, they're not going to solve the larger galactic problems. For Ahsoka and Rex, survival is victory.
Well, and also I will say, like, it really only feels like, again, it's so silly to call even the 4th part of this, you know, this film like small scale, but it's even though it's big, it's intimate in its focus.
Yes, exactly.
But if you look at all 4 parts of the Siege of Mandalore in totality, as you should, you would never call it small. It's huge. But I think that for me, and it sounds like for you, like I had different expectations for like what the final episode was going to be.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be something that was longer. I thought the focus would sort of zoom out a bit, because, as I said, I didn't understand that actually what we were seeing was you know, finale / movie split over 4 parts, and this was just the last section of a larger film. And so once I understood that, and you take a look at the whole thing, it's like, it's just so masterful in its construction, and and the fact that I especially loved once we did get the Bad Batch, watching that pilot episode of the Bad Batch, which was like another movie. that like scratched the itch I had about getting the larger view of like all the clones en masse, like going through Order 66 and and seeing how that was going off on a sort of galaxy wide scale.
Yeah.
And
And this is a luxury that this finale arc had, because ultimately, if we didn't have Revenge of the Sith, then I think the Clone Wars would have had more of a responsibility to enter like the galactic scale. But we do have Revenge of the Sith, and that kind of tells us what's happening. And so this finale gets to, rather than like tell the definitive story about the end of the Clone Wars, it gets to focus on the story of Ahsoka and Rex, and I think it's a stronger finale for it.
Yeah. And so, as I said, Maul takes down the whole freaking hyperdrive. I love when like they get up to the is it the bridge, or is like the
I think it's overlooking the hangar deck. They're overlooking the hangar.
And like the R7 is talking to them, and Rex is like, "What do you mean the hyperdrive is gone?" Yeah, no, this is what happens when you let loose an agent of chaos with massive force abilities and a lot of anger.
Yeah, Maul is working through some things here, but he ultimately, as he tells Ahsoka later, you wanted this chaos, and it's kind of like one of those things where it's like he's got a point. Once Ahsoka let him loose, she may not have known exactly what he'd do, but she knew.
Well, yes, of course we're still going.
Yeah.
Guilty. We're only at 3.5 hours. This is nothing for us. But yeah, it's and at this point, Ahsoka and Rex are hoping to make their escape. But then, of course, we see that the clones, led by Jesse, have been waiting for them in the hangar bay, and they come out and gather, and it seems like they have nowhere to go. And this really is like one of my favorite moments, is this bit between Ahsoka and Rex, where because Ahsoka has already established, set your weapon is stunned. We're not trying to kill anyone. And at this point, she says it again. She's like, I don't want to hurt anyone. And then he says, I hate to tell you this, but they're going to kill us. They're going to, they're ready to take this ship down, and us with them. And you're getting all this anger from Rex, but then she just waits and then takes off his helmet, and you get that tear streaming down his face. And it's just that great moment where he says, you're a good soldier, Rex. So are all those men down there. They may be ready to die, but I am not the one who's going to kill them.
Yeah. And it's an essential moment, because it shows that Ahsoka recognizes what's happening to all of these clones and their humanity, and she is not holding it against them, even though they are trying to kill her. Knowing that none of them want to be doing this, and if she could, she would save every single one of them. But that's unfortunately no longer realistic, and they are willing to die, as Rex says. So she's recognizing that it's heartbreaking that this is going to be their fate, but I have to focus on what I can control, and what I can control here is to save me and to save Rex, so that we can live to fight another day. But it's such a beautiful and intimate moment between the two characters, and it is made. One of the things that gives it that added poignance, of course, is the fact that we have a named clone leading the opposition in Jesse, who we have gone through this entire series with, and know how close he is to Rex, and the battles they fought together. And at this point, Jesse has unfortunately not been able to resist the programming, and he is like fully, he's got that Republic sigil on his helmet that now becomes an echo of the Imperial sigil, because he has fully been transformed into this Palpatine's agent of evil. And hearing him talk about like the orders of Darth Sidious, and even as Rex tries to reason with him, he hesitates for a moment and then immediately snaps back, and you know that unfortunately you're not going to be able to save him. And so we're grieving Jesse even before his fate is confirmed.
Yeah, and it's so wild that they're like saying in full confidence, you said yourself, these are direct orders from Darth Sidious. Like, that doesn't even like register with them what they're actually saying. Because of course they're going to follow orders from the scary, dark wizard. That makes complete sense according to their programming. And yeah, oh god. So Rex is just like, so we just surrender. And but Ahsoka has something up her sleeve, and as you started to talk about when they go down there, and and Rex is trying to get through to Jesse, and tries to get through on the technicality of Ahsoka hasn't been a Jedi for a long time, and if we get this wrong, we could be the ones committing treason. And it doesn't work, but it's distracts them while I think it's R7 who pulls the trap of dropping out before so that most of the clones fall down. And they're hoping to use this opportunity to make their way to a shuttle, but there's an unforeseen complication, and it's that Maul comes in and starts raining on the parade too, and also the ship is going down, and there's all kinds of chaos when Maul arrives on the scene. And heck yeah, we are. And you talked about the moment where he says you wanted this chaos. There's just this great moment where Ahsoka like goes after him and like swings her blade at him, just misses his neck, and then when you cut back to him in the next shot, he's like he's grabbing his neck there and he's pissed. He's like, she got way too close for comfort.
And ultimately, he's like, okay, well, you're going to be that way. Well, then I guess I'll just leave you here to die. And he steals their shuttle. She has the moment, the great, another Rise of Skywalker callback here, where she's grabbing on, trying to hold on to the ship here. But she can't do it because obviously Rex is trying to defend her in this moment, and he's not going to be able to hold them off forever. And so ultimately she makes the choice between trying to capture Maul or save her friend, save what she loves. And she makes the choice to let Maul go, and off he goes to become the Shadow Lord in his own spin-off series.
Yeah, this is what I mean. Like, this just seemed like all the way back when this aired, like this, it felt like he was flying off into his own show. And so that's why I was much more confident back then that because there was all these rumblings about a sequel series to the Clone Wars, like in the Clone Wars style, or at least if not a sequel series, like a successor to that would be in the same style. So like it felt to me like and I think there were even rumblings about a Maul show. But that didn't happen, so those wishes kind of seemed like they were a pipe dream at that point. But now, of course, we know we're getting Maul Shadow Lord, and I'm like, yes, this it's totally a great payoff to him flying off, and all the stuff that we got in this series. So So again, I'm just so excited.
Mm-hmm.
But for now, Ahsoka and Rex are dealing with, a ship that is plunging down to the planet below, and and they've still got a bunch of clones trying to kill them.
Yeah.
And and luckily they do find a ship that they can take off, and they can take off in, but
yeah, good old
but
trusty Y-wing.
yeah, but it's complicated. They Rex is able to get on the ship. Ahsoka isn't quite able to make it, so there's going to be some more, echoing the first part, of the story, where she's flying through the air, trying to grab hold of a ship. It's a great echo back to the no pun intended, back to the first part, and thankfully she is, she is able to grab onto it, and but so victory in that sense, but it's not, a happy moment. They've escaped, but there's a lot of death and chaos. After all, the episode is called Victory and Death.
Yeah. And it is the most Pyrrhic victory of them all, because obviously, in this moment, Ahsoka and Rex have escaped, but all of their clone brothers on the ship, as we know, they all die. And in the larger galactic, war, obviously the Republic has won the war, but it's not the Republic anymore. It is the Empire. And obviously, as we said, they're not recognizing with that definitively in this particular episode, but the implication hangs over it. And when we have that final, like these
I do want to say, before we get to the final bit of this episode, I did have a couple more cool action shots that I wanted to put up when when Ahsoka and Rex are still on the Star Cruiser. You got to make sure to fit in, the classic, like cutting the floor out with the lightsabers.
I love that they call back to that in Ahsoka. It's like that's one of her signature moves, kind of like how Anakin has his spinning the saber behind the back kind of thing, and Obi-Wan has his 2-finger point with the Ahsoka likes to cut the floor out with her lightsabers using the Force, and then but yeah, it's any other action shots you want to put up quickly?
I don't think I have any other ones. Those are the big ones.
But I mean, this is a great action sequence just overall. Like again, this is something all beautifully animated. It's thrilling. It's heart pounding. And then ultimately the fact that once you reach the ground, it should be this big sigh of relief, but there's no relief because we're just, all that's left is for us to kind of be just emotionally crushed by the weight of everything that's happened. And yeah, this shot, seeing Ahsoka look at all the, like, knowing the fact that after the ship crashed, she and Rex took the time to find and bury every single one of these clones who had been trying to kill her, and the way that the camera pans over and shows us ultimately all the like the helmets with her face markings on them, and then finally Jesse's. And the music in this scene is just heartbreaking. It's beautiful, but it is one of the more the bleakest endings to any Star Wars show. And I know it's not the absolute final moment yet, but like this is Ahsoka's final scene. So
yeah, I mean, and again, like, could any of us have imagined ending on such a sort of dark and somber note when the Clone Wars first started? Where it was like, and of course, I'm sure they had their ambitions early on, but but it was aimed at the younger audience, and but that audience definitely by this point had grown up with it. So so just ending and just with all this terrible sadness, and but absolutely like the gorgeous cinematography of this moment. And yeah, it's just, oh God, just yeah, that image of there, and with her hood up, and it's actually her look is evocative of her final shot in Rebels too. um that's more of Gandalf the White than this is, but yeah, it's so emotional, and just it's all visuals and music at this point. And what great music it is. Again, like, hats off to the Kiners for their breathtaking work.
Yeah, this track is called "Burying the Dead," and it's very fitting because that's what you do at the end of a war, at the end of a battle, win or lose. You bury the dead, and in many respects, even though Ahsoka and Rex still live, they are burying themselves as well. Parts of themselves. That's one of the reasons why Ahsoka ultimately chooses to leave her lightsabers here, because she's recognized that this gift that she had from Anakin will now mark her for death. So she is allowing that part of herself to die, and have and so anyone who comes to visit, as a certain someone soon will, at an undetermined point, to believe that Ahsoka Tano has perished. And yeah, it's again.
Let's talk about that final moment, because it's after an undetermined amount of time has passed. Clearly, when the Empire has taken root and the clones have been phased out, because we see stormtroopers, and it's very evocative of like Empire Strikes Back and Hoth, and it's not Hoth, but it definitely brings back those memories, because we see like the probe droids, and yeah, but yeah, Vader himself.
This image is one of my favorite images in all of Star Wars. Seeing Vader holding Ahsoka's blue lightsaber, silhouetted against the snow like this, and just wondering what is going through his mind, Anakin's mind, in this moment. And I just I both want to know, and I also want it to just be a mystery, because it feels like a moment that we're almost intruding onto Vader's psyche here,
and this is why you dare to change something established in a book, such as like changing the lightsaber color, because there's something very impactful about Vader holding this saber, and having that moment earlier with Ahsoka, with the sabers. And yeah, it's so beautiful, but also so dark and sad and melancholy, and it's just great to see Vader in this animation as well.
It is. Yeah, no, I had been hoping that we would see Vader at the end of the series, and I didn't know in what context it would be. But it ended up being better than I ever could have hoped, because just have this beautiful grace note where we see, and yeah, you can see even Anakin's eyes through Vader's lenses right there, and he's looking up at the who we are led to believe is Morai, I think, and knowing again, ultimately in the with Rebels, it's kind of implied that when he has the famous line, "The apprentice lives." And we're left to wonder, does he truly believe that Ahsoka has died, or is he just allowing himself to believe that, or is there a small part of him, the part that is still famously Anakin, that is basically like he had been hoping not to find her here, and now that he has found this little lightsabers, but not her body, maybe allowing some part of her to think maybe she got away. So, and I kind of hope that that is the case, that he is in this moment, in a weird way, for someone as ruthless as Vader, almost choosing to let her go.
Well, and I think, and it serves like both sides of him, because I think like if there's a, that part of Anakin inside of him that actually wants her to be okay, it works on that level. But also from the Vader side, it's, if there's no trace of her, and he's choosing to let her go, that's good from the Vader side of him, because that's an attachment that he doesn't have to like open himself up to. So it's like, in choosing to sort of just let her go and like sort of recognize that there's a possibility that she made it out, but there's no trace of her, so there's no need to sort of follow up from this point. I think that frees him to, in a way that he, during the course of the Obi-Wan show, that he hasn't achieved at that point with Obi-Wan, where he's very much still consumed with like pursuing him. And maybe this takes place after that. And like, maybe he's sort of learned the lesson to, it's more of a weakness to move heaven and earth, to pursue these former parts of his life, when it actually serves him and serves his master more to just let those things go.
So it's ultimately, I love the ambiguity of it. I don't ever need like specifics about it, but I do love that we get this moment where Vader, the man who was and once will again be Anakin Skywalker, gets to reckon with the, this part of himself, this young woman, Ahsoka, who became so important to him in his life. And now things have been forever changed, but she had, the reason I love that image so much is because seeing Vader holding the blue lightsaber is yet another memory that there is still good in him. And in many ways, as I've said in other mediums, Ahsoka represents the best of the man that Anakin was and will still be.
Well, yeah, and there's something, very, it's very pointedly on purpose that it's an image of him holding a blue saber. And, because of course that was the color of Anakin Skywalker's saber. And it just works on so many beautiful levels. And of course, he walks away and the show ends on just as perfect a shot as you could hope for, with his reflection walking away and the clone helmet, with the Ahsoka paint, faded but still visible.
This is the most haunting final image in any Star Wars project, I feel. I remember just kind of wanting to sit in silence after it was over and just process it.
Yeah, and like the end credits don't bother to sort of bring you back up at all. Like, it's, again, talking about the music, it lingers in the darkness and just, lets it be what it is. And, and I think that's part of what's so great about the fact that we did have to wait for this finale. It's because, in a way, like, yes, it sucks that we had to wait, and maybe there was a lot more storytelling we could have gotten, but I don't know that this would have been allowed to be everything that it ended up being if we had gotten it as intended as part of the original run. I don't think it would have been quite the same. And I think they even had plans for the end of the series that involved stuff they ended up doing in Rebels. Yeah. So like, it definitely would have been different. Yeah. But I think artistically it just benefited so much from the delayed gratification of of waiting for it, and them getting to do it on Disney Plus, and also just with the evolution and like a perfection of the art, of like the animation and the art style, and I wouldn't change a thing about it now.
No, I mean it is truly a perfect final image for what has been a perfect, essentially conclusion to an all-time great show. And the fact that it ends on such a dark note is, again, one of the reasons it's allowed to do it is because it has this wonderful companion piece in Revenge of the Sith, which is famously the darkest Star Wars movie, but even that movie ends on hope, on the new hope of Luke and Leia. And we know that that's coming. We know that, Ahsoka goes on, Rex goes on, like that hope is not gone. But in this moment, it's much more effective to sit and allow ourselves the moment to process just what it was that was lost and how powerful it is.
I will say, and on the notes of Ahsoka and Rex going off at this point, that's another sequel to the Clone Wars that we haven't quite gotten yet. And I feel like there were many different avenues. Like there's the actual the continuation of the clone story, which I feel is what the Bad Batch fulfilled. There's Maul flying off, and I feel like that's a story, and we're actually getting it now. But also, we've only gotten sort of the edges of the Ahsoka Rex post Clone Wars story. Rex popped up in the Bad Batch.
Yep.
We got an appearance by Trace and Rafa, who are connected to Ahsoka in season 1 of the Bad Batch. And so, but we didn't really get an idea of like what Ahsoka herself was up to during that period. And unless she pops up in the Maul series, which I don't think so, because I feel like when they see each other in Rebels, that feels like it's the first time since this that they've seen. But who knows? Well, I'm very open to being wrong about that. But I do feel like there's another story to be told, that I almost feel like I hesitate to ask for too much, because we're about to get the Maul show next year, and I don't want to be greedy. So this isn't me like asking for this right now, but I'm speculating that at some point in the future, and maybe it's the show after the Maul show, but I feel like even though we have Ahsoka, the live action series, I feel like there's potentially an animated show that covers Ahsoka between the Clone Wars and her first appearance in The Mandalorian, that covers what she's doing in the aftermath leading up to her taking Sabine on as an apprentice. I think they're leaving that sort of murky for now, but given the long game that we know Filoni plays, I feel like there's a plan to tell that story at some point in the future.
Yeah.
And I would not be surprised if it ends up being an animated series.
Yeah, I'm less confident than you. I'll just say that it would be a full animated series. I'm envisioning something a little bit more along the lines of the glimpses we've gotten in Tales of the Jedi. But I would love it. Obviously, I would love to see Ashley Eckstein get to reprise the Ahsoka role in this time.
Things I asked for come true, so I'm planting that down now.
There's nothing wrong with, again, speaking your truth and trying to manifest something, and I would be very happy if it's the case. But I do think that we kind of do understand what Ahsoka is up to in this era, because ultimately, the Jedi are being hunted in this era, so Ahsoka is kind of having to keep a low profile until she decides she can't ignore the fight anymore, and that's where she links up with Bail and becomes Fulcrum. So I would love to get more details on that. I just kind of think that if we don't, this is an area where I'm like, I think we have enough.
I think the thing that makes me feel like I don't think the Ahsoka Sabine story is going to get relegated to a Tales of series. I feel like there's a lot of potential there. I just think they're holding off on that for now because they're telling the story that they want to tell in the live action series.
Yeah.
And they're leaving that for a later time. But I feel like Ahsoka has another animated series in her.
Yeah, I mean, and to be clear, I actually think it's more likely that it would be something like that as opposed to like Ahsoka in the immediate aftermath of the Clone Wars and Revenge of the Sith, because I do think that has been covered.
Well, yeah, because we actually, you're right in that we did get a bit of that.
In Tales of the Jedi.
Tales of the Jedi, and technically, I'm forgetting about a big piece of the Ahsoka puzzle, which of course is Rebels.
Yeah.
That is smack dab in the middle of those two things. So, but I do think, I still think that there's two aspects of Ahsoka's story that I could see them picking up on after her recruitment by Bail, because there is like, I mean, it's there, but I think that I could see them like fleshing it out and getting it more from her perspective, up until she meets the rebel, and maybe that is more of a Tales of the Jedi type of thing, but I am inclined to think that we're going to get a story like post Rebels, but pre Rebels epilogue, telling about her and Sabine. And I feel like I would love to see that in animation, because we'd get Ashley Eckstein and Tia Sakar. That would be a lot of fun.
Yeah, this is an area where I wish that Star Wars would do animated movies, because I'm not sure there's enough for a full television series.
Well, maybe they will.
But I would love, again, we've been trying to manifest this for years. Like, speaking of the ultimate thing that we're manifesting that I'm certain we will get at some point, like Dave Filoni's holding on to that Obi-Wan and Satine and Love on the Run for a reason. Like, if ever there was an animated movie.
Here's the thing. I'll tell you what's going to lead into that, because something that we're going to talk about in a second here before we close out, which is the fact that we now have Star Wars Visions Presents. And the first one of those things that we're getting, yes, it's a limited series for the Ninth Jedi. But I think some of those Star Wars Vision Presents, like, fleshed out ideas, I think some of them will be animated films. Because I think they're going to leave that up to the creators. And some of them may be like, well, yeah, we can flesh this out into a movie, but maybe not a series. And I think that might be a stepping stone to them finally realizing, hey, animated movies, good idea. And so maybe we can get stuff like that. Obi-Wan Satine, Ahsoka, and why am I blanking? What? Sabine. Yeah. Ahsoka and Sabine. And so, yeah. I'm sorry to hear that, Cassie, but no, like, since you weren't here earlier, I will say, like, I manifested both the Maul animated series and the Ninth Jedi animated series this weekend. I threw both of those ideas out as a pipe dream in the Force Center Discord chat, and then both of them came true. So I'm feeling lucky. Yeah. Well, we don't want that to happen. Maybe I can send some of this energy out to you, and you can start to reverse course on that. So yeah, I don't know. I would I joked earlier about me asking for like books, and then it turns out I get more than that. But like this Ahsoka stuff that I'm talking about, like in the aftermath of the Clone Wars, we got that Ahsoka novel by E.K. Johnson, which does cover that. Which is a slightly different version of what we get in like Tales of the Jedi. I'd like more books like that. More books kind of filling in those gaps to get Ahsoka's point of view. I think that would be a really good format to sort of where we could talk about stuff that's like she checks in with Rex and we're aware of what's going on over in the Bad Batch. But we find out what Ahsoka's up to at certain points. And so that would be cool. I'd take books too. I'm less thrilled about comics. I understand people who love comics, but for me, like I want to get into the characters' heads, and that's easier for me to do in both books and in like live action and animated storytelling. So yeah, those are my pleas. Like, give me some more like animated series in the future, which I can be patient for. They're giving me a lot right now. No rush. But I think books are a great idea in the meantime to cover some of that stuff.
I hope it happens. I hope your manifestation powers remain strong.
To be clear, I'm chiefly focusing my manifestation powers now on the Sabe movie or series. Like that takes priority.
as it should. Yeah. And if that ever happens, then I will bow down to you because for that to be manifested and for us to get healing.
But also I'm also like, when it comes to different franchises, I also find myself manifesting, like the past couple weeks I've really been manifesting a Spider-Man movie with Black Cat played by Anya Taylor-Joy.
Oh, like, yes, please get us that.
That's my manifestation with other franchises right now. And I'm just going to go and say I have been watching the Spider-Man animated series, which I saw like the first couple seasons of when I was a little kid. But after X-Men 97, I decided I wanted to go back and watch the full series. And I didn't realize that I had, that I had not seen a lot of the show. And so it's been really exciting. One of the things that I did not see when I was younger, and I've learned that this was probably a good thing, was the evolution of Felicia Hardy into the Black Cat in the show. And I'm just going to say it. Since I've seen those episodes, I have been crushing hard. So now my wish has definitely become Anya Taylor-Joy as Black Cat in a Spider-Man movie. So fingers crossed. Anyway, so getting off topic now, but
and ultimately because my family is going to call me to eat dinner in like probably half an hour, I do want us to just get to two things. One, final thoughts on this beautiful story arc of the Clone Wars, and then we promised people we would geek out about the Star Wars visions of the Ninth Jedi. So let's make sure we do that.
Yeah. So yeah, just gonna say like this is as much as I could have possibly asked for in a conclusion to the Clone Wars, and like I said, I view it as a film, and it's for me it's one of the best Star Wars movies ever made. Just waiting for them to edit it together as a movie, but if they don't, it's fine. It works beautifully as is. Um, yeah, I just the character of Ahsoka in particular has just meant so much to me, you know, over the years. And the Clone Wars brought me back to Star Wars in a big way after I had kind of wandered off for a few years. I got tied up with stuff like Lord of the Rings and Game of Thrones. But yeah, and to have gotten this after years of not believing that we were ever going to get anything close to this, it just means a lot. And I love it with all my heart. And this is one of the Star Wars things that I can watch anytime, and it'll break my heart every single time, but I love sitting down to go through it. And and that's down to Ahsoka, Rex, Maul. I just, yeah, it makes me emotional just talking about it, because I still can't believe that we have this.
It is truly a gift. Especially thinking back to the passion of the Clone Wars fandom and the whole like Clone Wars
Hashtag clone to save the Clone Wars.
save the Clone Wars, and then the fact that it was that
And then it
really
was hashtag Clone Wars
was
saved.
saved. Yes.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was just such a triumph on behalf of the people who loved this show so deeply, and helped shepherd it from where it started, which was kind of in a different era. And then there's an entire Clone Wars generation who grew up, and this is the Star Wars that hooked them. And well, I kind of been hooked earlier, obviously, and I'm much more of the prequel generation. Like Clone Wars was a defining experience for me as well, because it was again the possibility of like, oh, you're saying there's more Star Wars, and it's some of the best. And again, Clone Wars remains my favorite Star Wars show, either live action or animated. And to now have it feel complete is just a gift I'm never going to overlook.
Yeah. I will just say about the Clone Wars, like I do, like, in my heart, I know that like the Bad Batch is like a, in terms of the totality of what it was, I think it's more consistent in its overall quality,
I would agree.
and it's like it's beautifully executed from first episode to last. So in that way, it's like, I guess you would use the term better. I don't know. Like, it's just more, they had perfected so much by that point. But nothing's ever going to replace Clone Wars in my heart, when it comes to like Star Wars television shows, and even Star Wars in general. It was so important to me. And like I said, it brought me back to the fandom in such a big way. And so I will take the really far out Jar Jar episodes or droid arcs or whatever, if I also get all the beautiful like Obi-Wan Satine, arcs, the Maul arcs, Siege of Mandalore, and just the Ryloth stuff. I take like I enter into a contract, so I get all the stuff that like is out of the stratosphere, and I also have to take the kind of silly, even sometimes messy stuff, and like the fact that like it's a sign that like it all belongs, because we're getting Stinky back. We're getting Rod of the Hut coming back for the Mandalorian and Grogu. It's like, so it's all, it's all to be cherished. It's all to be loved. And so for that reason, like Clone Wars will always kind of remain my favorite show. Although I might be changing my tune after Maul Shadow Lord. Let's wait and see. But yeah.
That's the beauty of keeping your in the new Star Wars. I just want to say hi to Brady in the chat. He popped in. Thanks for stopping by.
Hi.
Yeah, good friend of ours from the Force Center Discord. And just the Clone Wars, as I said, just being so important and such a wonderful representation of everything Star Wars can be, from the intense, emotional drama to the wild and fun pulp adventure. It is one of the reasons it is so close to my heart, and it is one of the reasons why, when I think back of like everything that Star Wars has done in the Disney era, and I have loved all of it pretty much. I have like my favorites. Obviously, I love the sequel trilogy headlined by The Rise of Skywalker. I love Andor. I love Obi-Wan Kenobi. I adore The Bad Batch. But I do think that for many reasons, perhaps the most special and beautiful thing that Disney has done with the property so far is to give us a conclusion, this conclusion to the Clone Wars. So thank you.
Yeah. All right, so let's we could finish there because we're over the 4 hour mark, but we do have to deliver on the promise of, we talked about Maul Shadow Lord and our excitement for that, but we have to devote just a little bit of time to something else that was announced, something else that I feel I manifested. And that is a limited series for The Ninth Jedi, which was the 5th short in the first season of Star Wars Visions. And we're going to be getting a full series order for this show. I was absolutely speechless when this popped up on the feed. I was like, what?
Yeah.
And this was the point where I think it was Shade in the Discord said, keep asking for things.
And this was truly a case of above and beyond, because we should say, this was revealed at the Star Wars Visions Volume 3 panel, and we had already gotten a taster of the fact that, all we had really been asking for at minimum was like, could we get a follow-up to The Ninth Jedi in one of the Vision shorts? And then they announced that. They announced they would.
Well, yeah, but I was greedy. I was like, I'm gonna take that, but I really wish we were getting like an animated movie or a full series. And I wrote that in the chat, and then so when we found out that not only were we getting the sequel short, but a limited series to follow, it was just like I think this like really challenged Maul Shadow Lord in terms of like all out shocks in terms of like announcements, because this was something that was like not even on the radar of like not just what it was, not just that it was the Ninth Jedi, but a series like Visions. We were just going to be talking about Volume 3. And like nobody was predicting that there was going to be an announcement for a full series. And I want to say, Cassie, the studio was Production IG, and yes, as far as I'm aware, it's everybody who was involved with the original short is back. And we should say that the supervising director of the series will be the director of the original short, Kenji Kamiyama, who, of course, directed the War of the Rohirrim. But it will not be the same studio that did that film. It'll be Production IG who did the short, the original short. So, I remembered that you were really happy with the way it looked, and so. Yeah, no, it's going to look great, and I'm just so excited to see the expansion of all the ideas in that story, and it's just like I freaked out so many times this weekend, and like it's just so amazing that the animation, like the Star Wars animation, is just like going to be so off the hook for the next couple of years. I just, and to think like I was so pessimistic, not too long ago about the state of Star Wars animation, and now to see what we're getting, like, this year we're getting, shortly here we're going to get Tales of the Underworld, Then in October, we'll be getting Visions Volume 3, and then next year, Maul Shadow Lord and the Ninth Jedi. And it's like, I can't stop grinning like an idiot. I'm just so happy.
Yeah, and I'm very happy for you, in addition to being happy for myself, because I just think that this is such a cool way for Star Wars to expand the playing field without having to worry necessarily about all the intricacies that come with, the burdens surrounding canon. This will not be a canon Star Wars story, but that doesn't matter because it is ultimately still a story that is going to be powerful and move us. And I think that I've really loved what they've done with Visions. I was happy enough with the idea we were getting Visions Volume 3, and that we were going to be getting sequel follow-ups to stories like The Duel, and my personal favorite of the Volume 1 was The Village Bride, and I was not expecting a sequel to that, so I was just like,
and I told you, I am almost certain that they're cooking something up for Visions Presents, for that story thread as well. I would be shocked if they're not. I think, well, it's not going to come out immediately. I think they'll probably tackle one thing at a time with this brand. But hell, I'm even like, I was disappointed because there wasn't a sequel announced for it for Volume 3, but now I'm thinking the possibility is there for continuation of Lop and Ocho, which I'm really keen for.
I am too.
So I think there's just so many wide open possibilities now, and heck, I haven't even thought about the stuff from Volume 2 that we might get expanded ideas on. I have not decided whether I haven't decided whether I would want to follow up to Screecher's Reach or not, because it's so perfect as it is. On the other hand, I would love to see a fleshed out idea from that studio. For Star Wars. That would be really cool. So even if they don't want to expand specifically on that idea, I am in favor of getting something more long form from them. And I just think that would be like, it just, my mind is like bursting with all these ideas, and like, but I'm not nailed down to saying, I want this, I want this, I want this. I'm like, no, you know what? I'm just excited. Whatever they want to tell, like, I will take. And I'm just so grateful for, the fact that we'll be getting the Ninth Jedi, which is something that, like, so many people have been asking for. And I think they knew that had to be the first one out of the gate.
It's the one that seems to have the biggest premise to sustain a full series, because some of these, as you said, are kind of just perfect little shorts on their own. Like, Screecher's Reach is my favorite of the 2 volumes that we've gotten of Visions from either of them. But I do think it works almost perfectly as a beautiful little self-contained, chilling fable in the Star Wars galaxy. I would, if I was going to do a sequel, I might actually even say, like, let's get a sequel to, like, The Spy Dancer, because that was such a cool one from Volume 2. And Cassie says she's not sure if she ever finished Volume 2. Do that. I honestly thought Volume 2 was even better than Volume 1. And it expands the studio out to more studios from all over the world. But
I think I forget what it's called, but what's the stop motion studio?
Aardman.
Yeah, their short is like one of the most rewatchable, fun shorts ever. It's what was it called? It had something to do with mother.
I am your mother. I am your mother.
I am your mother. And just because, like, it's, I should have seen more from that studio, but of course, I think what I and a lot of people know, of course, from, came out when I was a teenager, was the movie Chicken Run. And I just remember one of the chickens going, "I don't want to be up high." So like I remember I was really excited to see that short, and that had a lot of references to like in canon, stuff. I think Wedge even made an appearance. But that was so much fun. And so like again, it doesn't have to be that specifically, but how cool would it be to get like a full-length movie from that studio? A Star Wars story, told like that, or even a series, another series.
Yeah.
Like the possibilities honestly are endless with this. And I'm just like, I didn't think anything was going to challenge Maul Shadow Lord for my excitement, but like they really were like, hold my beer with this one.
Yeah, no, I mean it was a wonderful surprise, and I have high hopes for it. I'll be keen to see Visions Volume 3 later this year and see what the direct sequel to will be for the Ninth Jedi, as well as for the Village Bride and the Duel. And looking forward to the new shorts as well. In some of them, like Birds of Paradise and Black, look really cool. But ultimately, this is just another, like, the Star Wars Visions brand for me has just been a tremendous success, and I'm glad that they're not allowing it to just, they're going to embrace its potential,
and like I should say, like I mentioned this to you, one of the most exciting things about this for me is the fact that like we're getting a full series order for a non-canon story, like which like it's always been one of the most exciting aspects of Visions for me, because and I'm not going to criticize Marvel too much, because actually they've been doing a lot of stuff that I've found quite entertaining of late, but like the fact that they did the What If series, but that it's still canon, it's exploring all these different things, but technically it's still part of the established universe. And it's like, well, you could have had a lot of fun with that, but you're not really going for it. And so for me, Star Wars Visions has always been like, yes, like they flat out said, this isn't canon. This is just pure imagination. We're letting these storytellers run wild with whatever they want to tell. And the fact that we're getting now, they're going to be able to do that with longer form storytelling is just, I can't believe it's happening. It's insane. But I could not be more excited. I think it's just an incredible idea, and I'm really happy they're doing it.
So am I, and we could say a lot more about it, but we'll have plenty of time for that, because we've got a ways to wait. But again, I was so happy with this news. Not as happy as I was happy for you, just because I knew that was something how much you wanted it. But once we get it, I have a feeling we'll be talking about it on this channel. So.
Oh yeah, we definitely will. Yeah, and just I think we had enough discussion about it, but I do just want to say again, like I could not be like more thrilled about Maul Shadow Lord. Just as I said, this is something that I've kind of been begging for years, just because there is so much rich story material for Maul, and while this, at first glance, it doesn't seem like this is going to get into the Kira stuff that comes later down the line. Who knows? We don't know what the future holds, and this, like, at the very least, this series may set the stage for that story to be told, which I feel like I've said before, like there's a reason why they've done so many like Kira stories in the comic books, but they haven't told the Kira Maul story.
Yeah.
And there's a reason for that. So like whether it's this series or if they're gonna do it some other way, maybe that's the live action series that is a sequel to whatever this is. either way, like, I don't care. We're getting a Darth Maul series, and I'm just over the moon about that. And it's like, just inject it into my veins, regardless of what it is. And yeah, it's going to be so much fun.
It is. We've got a lot of great stuff. This was a great weekend for Star Wars news, and we're like up to the fact that we're going to have Andor in a couple days, and we got other announcements from Star Wars Celebration, the confirmation of a new live-action movie, the Star Wars Starfighter starring Ryan Gosling, explicit confirmation. Thank God that they are still working on the Rey Skywalker movie with Sharmeen Obaid-Chinoy and the
Yeah, that
James
makes
Franco
both of us breathe a big sigh of relief.
Yeah, and so I'm happy to see Star Wars go back to the big screen with live action, but because it does feel like they're going to be winding down or stepping back a little bit from the live action shows on Disney Plus, but animation's there to pick up the torch. So
yeah, that's what I was going to say. If the side effect of all that is that they focus more on animation for Disney Plus, that's a win as far as I'm concerned. Yeah. All right, so I guess that's it. We made it in before 4.5 hours.
Yeah.
So there's that. But yeah, thank you everybody who was here throughout the evening, and yeah, just big thank you for watching. If you're a new viewer, if you enjoyed this, please click subscribe, and yeah, and yeah, I already said, like, we did establish that early on. Like, I've been using my manifestation powers to, you know, try and bring that into fruition. So we'll see. Fingers crossed. Anyway, hope you all have a wonderful night, and we'll see you in 2 weeks. I'm out of town next Sunday, but we'll be back the week after that for the first 6 episodes of Andor season 2. So until then, have a great night, and we'll see you guys later. Bye.
Force be with you always.
Yeah.